Hey everyone, hope you guys are well. Let me know if the stream works. Got home a little bit earlier, so we're just doing the stream a little bit earlier today as well. So hopefully that's gonna work out swell. I hope you guys have enjoyed the football today. I did miss out on let's say Poland versus Netherlands, but I did catch the first goal, and then I missed out unfortunately most of the game, which was a bit unfortunate. But yeah, that's sort of the situation for me right now. Fortunately, we don't actually own anyone from these games. Nice to see Ericsson has done well. Obviously, he worked out for a lot of people who are going for that sort of MD1 only strategy. So glad to see that that's worked out well. But otherwise, pretty tame day, I would say, so far. And yeah, the favorites, like, for example, Depay, Van Dijk, even Dumfries, for example, not doing so well. Pretty shocking, I guess. So it's unfortunate, but obviously a lot of people who went for Dutch picks are also on this sort of match day one strategy. So hopefully they have someone like Ericsson, for example. Hey, Vesto, hope you're doing well. I've gone Trent captain for anyone who's actually interested in terms of my captaincy. A lot of people thinking about keeping Wirtz captaincy. I think that's fine, honestly. Just keep Wirtz captaincy. Um, I think as the days go by, there's less reason to twist if you haven't done it already, to be quite honest, and to be quite frank. I've got some ice cream as well with me, so been enjoying that. Hoiberg Masterclass. Match day 2 limitless or wild card. I think I'd still probably go for a wild card, to be honest, on match day 2. I think I'd still like the match day 3 limitless if I'm being honest. But I think wait until the final match day to make that decision. So for example, if like all the big tournament favorites win their games, you could argue that there's less of a reason for them to field all their top players in match day 3. So let's just wait until the very end. Yeah, I hope England get a clean sheet as well. Obviously, I've got double English defense later today, so ideally that would come to plan for us, or come to fruition for us. The rational biohack: Southgate is overrated. Serbia gonna win. I won't say the last word just because language and all, but I see you. Are you an England fan? Top five must-haves for wildcard 2. To be honest, I do think because you get the Croatian lineup, I think you wait for the Croatian lineup, get Guardiola, and then maybe one or two other players from Croatia. So we know that there's potentially a 4 million Croatian defender, Pongrasic. So I think he's interesting. Now, if you want to go for an attacker, there's obviously whoever starts in the center forward position for Croatia, or you can go for someone like Mayer or Modric as well. Hopefully England plays well. Look, it has been depressing so far when it comes to fantasy, but the tournament has just started, so I'm not overall too worried about how things have gone on so far. I think we'll manage just fine. Just need to keep on going and just stay calm, to be quite honest, and that's sort of my thoughts on it right now. Still quite a few chances for Slovenia, but Denmark pretty much dominating this game so far. You probably have said that 1,000 times, but no, it's fine. I mean, I'm going for a wild card 5 strategy, limitless 3. I think you can definitely argue that England have had some pretty easy tournament runs, but at the same time, I think, you can only really face who's against you, right? So that makes a huge difference. This is a relatively tough group for England, I have to be honest. But let's just see what happens. I don't think there's a need to necessarily just get overreacted. Excuse me. Why limitless at match day 3? Because to be honest, I just don't think a lot of the players that I picked already in terms of match day 1 have a good match day 3 fixture. So for example, Spain have one of the best match day 3 fixtures. I only have one Spanish player. And I think Rodri, for example, had a knock. So it's actually pretty unlikely that he's going to do well, if that makes sense. Especially if he's, injured or something like that. So that's not ideal, but yeah, that's the kind of situation that I find myself in. And then when it comes to some of the other picks that I have, for example, you'll see I have the Ukrainian goalkeeper as well in Lunin. Some of the other picks that I have that are only really match day 1, match day 2 are picks like you put Captain Trent in place of Wirtz. Is that good? To be honest, I'm not sure if I'd be that confident in Trent. If I'm being honest, I'd probably have wanted to keep Wirtz, but I can kind of see what you're saying. I'd probably have wanted to keep Wirtz captaincy, but at the same time, you still have 2 backup options after Trent, so it's not the worst thing in the world to have swapped. So good luck to you, obviously, with that decision. The other pick as well in my team, I'd say that's pretty leaning towards match day 1 and match day 2. I'd say is Kvaratskhelia as well, because obviously Georgia, their best fixtures are match day 1 and match day 2. And then obviously because I've gone for DeMarco as well. I mean, the whole idea was really so that I can actually use my free transfers to go towards, let's say, a Croatian defender. And that's pretty much it. I don't think I have too many crazy transfers to make. Foden, I think, is a great captaincy as well. If I had Foden or if I had Kane, I'd definitely captain them over Trent, to be honest. I'm going for Trent simply because Trent is my only English player. My chip strategy is Limitless 3, Matchday 5, wild card. Part of the reason why, of course, I wanted to wildcard later is because I do think upsets can happen in this tournament, and I don't really mind punting on, for example, sort of the best goal scorers from both teams when it comes to match day 4, because I know that I have the insurance clause of the match day 5 wildcard. Why didn't DeMarco get an assist for Casey yesterday? Because the defender touched the ball. Who's on pens for Denmark? I actually think it should be Eriksson. So, I mean, Eriksson, I think he last took a penalty for Denmark in 2021. I mean, Dahlberg in the past used to take some penalties too, if I remember. But obviously, he's not a big part of the team now, so that's a big change. Eriksson looks wonderful. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do you think it was risky swapping Havertz? I don't think it's necessarily that risky, right? Because you have to think about it in the sense that you still have 3 captaincy options, right? You have not only Kane but probably Mbappe. If you don't have Mbappe, hopefully someone else, like Lukaku as well. Anyways, you also have other options too. Like for example, on the final day, you probably have a Portuguese player. So ultimately, it's not the riskiest thing in the world. But I think 10 points, as I said, is around the point where I'd probably just stop in terms of flipping. Will you stream / post vid when I'm using my chips? I'll definitely post a video in terms of maybe at the end of Tuesday night, right? Before match day 2, I'll do a live stream and I'll post a video first and then I'll do a live stream as well. So that's the biggest thing. Unfortunately, I'm going to be at work, in the middle of the day for match day 3, a match day 2 deadline, but I'll be able to record the night before and you'll be able to watch either one of the videos that I'm making or one of the streams that I'm going to make as well. So yeah, everything should be covered, hopefully, if you're interested in following what I'm doing, and especially like what I'm going to do for my free transfers as well. As I said, I'm not going to use a wildcard. I have posted a wildcard video. It also includes a limitless draft if you're keen on that and if that's your strategy. But yeah, would you stick on 2 returns on Harvard's captain? I think it's close, to be honest. As I said, as the days go by, if you haven't already twisted, there's less of a reason to twist effectively. And that's kind of how I see it. Do you guys think Slovenia will score this match? Probably the biggest question. Unfortunately, a lot of people went Mela, and it seems like he's still not fit and ready to play. That's the only reason why I can say that Mela's benched, because obviously he's had an injury for a while now, and that's a pretty big impact. Sesko will score. Yeah, I think if you've got such great captaincy options and you've already sort of rolled the dice on Kane, I wouldn't worry too much. Obviously, it can backfire, but you've got three great options, and I really wouldn't worry too much if I'm being honest. I think that's hopefully, honestly, enough insurance, and I'm hopeful that it'll work out. I did captain Trent, yeah. I mean, simply because I don't really have anyone else to captain today, so I've captained Trent. Obviously, I could have captained Pickford as well. But, you know, barring, let's say, a penalty save, which he can pull out for sure, or a multitude of saves, hoping that Trent can do well. When I looked at, for example, the markets as well and the odds, Trent had wonderful assist odds too. So I'm pretty confident about the pick. And ultimately, you know, if Trent does well, he's going to be a great differential for the next match day as well. No, it's fine. No worries. Eriksen's all over this game. So, I mean, it's very likely that I think Eriksen could actually finish with man of the match the way things are going right now. Oh, that was terrible from Højbjerg. That's horrible. Whom do I have as options today? I only have from England. I've only got two defenders, right? I've only got Pickford and Trent, so no Kane. So that's gonna be very scary today. No Foden, no Saka, no Bellingham as well. So that's scary too. But at the end of the day, hoping that Trent can pull out a good performance. And then of course I have a lot of big guns in the next 2 days. So I'm actually more excited, obviously, for the day after tomorrow and tomorrow as well. The Mela gamble didn't pay off for some. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I also recommended Christensen, and I put an asterisk on Mela within the cheat sheet because I think there's obviously a risk. And Christensen obviously seems like he'll play regardless, right? So obviously, if Ba doesn't start, I think Mela starts, and then Christensen will be, yeah, the ones to look at. You think Cole Palmer will start tonight? I have no idea. I mean, based on what I've read so far, it's not like I've seen anything that suggests. I've not really seen anything that suggests that, let's say, Saka's not fit as well to do well. If Trent doesn't do well tonight, who should I put as captain? I mean, you should go Mbappe, I think, and then Ronaldo back to back. Is probably my recommendation on captaincy. The only thing I'll say too is when it comes to, let's say, trying to think about who's actually the first fixture on tomorrow. I think tomorrow's first fixture is Romania Ukraine. So if you're going for the Mbappe captaincy, I suppose there's a small risk that he doesn't start, but I think it's very, very unlikely. Like, I've gone for Mbappe with full confidence that he should be able to start match day one. And I don't think France are necessarily going to take a team like Austria lightly. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with going for Mbappe captaincy, to be honest. If Trent captaincy doesn't work out tonight. There are quite a few options for the next 2 days. Absolutely. I think the tough thing will, of course, be picking between, a Belgian player and a French player, right? I'd still probably lean Mbappe if I'm being completely honest, but at the same time, like, can you fault someone going Lukaku? Can you fault someone going De Bruyne? I really don't think so, So, yeah, plenty of options. Let's have a look at the stats as well. I'm kind of curious to see some of the numbers so far. I still think Denmark look a little bit shaky this game, so I agree with the sentiment. Slovenia will probably score. Stick with Verbruggen, goalkeeper, 4 points, or risk it for its clean sheet. Who's your backup keeper is the question that I'd probably ask Ariane. For Lunin, I think if you have Lunin, I think it's worth a gamble. I think it's worth a gamble. Because Lunin is a very good shot stopper, right? So even if he doesn't get a clean sheet, I mean, he could very well match Verbruggen anyways. So I'm hoping that can work out for all of us who actually have Lunin. Like, if I had Pickford with 4 points, I would probably roll the dice myself, personally. I think Saka starts, apparently, according to the leaked English lineups. So Cole Palmer, whoever was asking, is likely not to start Messick. I hope that answers your question as well. So a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, nothing really for Cole Palmer, I suppose. Yeah, Kvaratskhelia. I think Kvaratskhelia is a great pick as well, but I definitely wouldn't captain him. What was the biggest score you've seen on an individual player? I think Carvajal might be leading, or maybe Unai Simon. I think it's like 15 points, 16 points. Yeah, DeMarco and Rodri are going straight to the bench. Um, but I'm only gonna make that move, on the final day. Like, there's no reason to even make the subs now because I just don't need to. But when it's the final day, I'll make those subs ahead of the deadline, of course. Yeah, I have to say Slovenia, like, still looking pretty good chance wise. First player to score tonight. I mean, someone has already scored tonight, Colin. Or are you talking about England, Serbia? If it's England, Serbia, I think honestly, best bet's probably Kane or Saka. Ronaldo on 18th of June. Yeah, that's definitely going to be my captain on 18th of June. You got Gundo, Jorginho, Shaqiri, Middlestad, DeMarco, Dumfries. I mean, of course, there's still hope for you. But you're going to have to. I mean, if you're going for that sort of strategy, I guess, are you going for another chip strategy next week, Mert, or what's the strategy there? Decided to captain Ericsson over Kane in the last hour. That's awesome, Ricardo. Well done. Can't change your captain at the moment. Yeah, you can't change your captain except for at the start of every day. So, but you can only change your captaincy before the first day of the match. First match of the day, sorry, not first day. Not first day of the match. Um, and Ericsson's getting so involved. I've got Trent captain today. I don't have Kane in my team, so that's why I'm on Trent cap. Ronaldo captain over Fernandes. Really, Fernandes. I mean, like, I mean, how? I mean, it's not like Ronaldo's incapable of getting man of the match, right? Ooh, close for Denmark there. You went for Foden today? Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think there are bad options when it comes to England. Like, you've got world class players in different positions. So, like, would I be that worried if I'm being completely honest? I don't think so. Excuse me. Your prediction's 2-0. Yeah, that's a fair prediction based on what I've seen in terms of the markets. Kane is your captain today. I think that's fine. You think Quargo over Gundo or Sobo is worth it now? What do you mean by, like, are we talking about like just a wild card, for example, Messick, or what do we talk about in this situation? 0-0 your prediction. Okay, that's a lot of faith in the defense of Serbia. I think Serbia actually have a lot of world class attackers, if we're being honest. But as a defense, I'd probably say, there are other defenses that I like. In yesterday's match, it was DeMarco's assist for Barella's goal. It's because the defender touched it. It wasn't actually a DeMarco assist. And also, UEFA fantasy is very harsh when it comes to fantasy. So in FPL, if let's say there's a bit of a rebound, sometimes you get to see a defender get an assist. In UEFA, it has to be like a very intentional assist. It has to be a clear assist. Also, if a player scores a solo goal, it's not counted as an assist as well. So there's multiple situations that actually reduce the opportunities for an assist within a game like this. Decor per captain tomorrow. I mean, I think it's look. I mean, the reality is we can talk about the good clean sheet odds for Belgium, and that's absolutely true. But the thing is, Mbappe's goal scoring odds, are better than, for example, Decorper's clean sheet odds. So if we're being completely fair to how scoring on the game works, and if we're betting people, let's be honest, I think Mbappe is still a better shout. Also, we're close to running out on captaincies, right? So you probably want to go less with people who have less odds to, for example, do well when it comes to 2 days out than let's say at the start of the match week, if that kind of makes sense to you. I hope that makes sense. Mbappe or Lukaku captain? I'd probably still go Mbappe. Kane or Trent? I mean, it's too late, no? You should have already locked in your captaincy. I don't own Kane, so obviously I've gone Trent captaincy. But if I had Kane, I'd probably have gone for Kane, if I'm being honest. What's my name in fantasy? It's just FPL space Fran. Be right back, guys. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a moment. All right, let's see. Hesitated between Mela and Ericsson for my captain today. It's tough. Did you go with Mela in the end? All right, we're at halftime, of course. I'm not using Limitless in Matchday 2. I'm using Limitless in Matchday 3. Oh, sorry. No, that's the question. Yep. I am using. Um, yeah, no, unfortunately, that's not the case, Ariane. You're seventh? Yeah, I mean, look, it's the tournament has it's not even like the first round of the tournament is not even over. So, yeah, just a matter of time, really. What do you think of Serbia slash Slovenia assets for a limitless draft? Yeah, I think Serbia assets are a little bit more interesting in me. Slovenia a little bit less interesting. Colin, I haven't even checked my rank. I'm waiting for. I'm not gonna really share my rank until the end of the day, but I think I'm literally like 800,000 in the world. So, but the thing is, most of my team haven't played. Like my entire bench are playing on the 18th of June, and I have Lukaku and another Belgian defender, things like that. So I'm not too worried. Like most of teams have played more players than me so far compared to my own team. So I'll wait until the end of match day one before we sort of assess where we're at. When is the deadline to go all the unlimited transfers before match day two? Um, I mean, look, the deadline effectively is just going to be that match day two fixture itself, right? So I think Wednesday, 2 p.m. UK time would be the deadline that you're looking for. But yeah, going back to the points for Arbitak, I would say Serbia for me, I prefer a lot more than Slovenia, just because I do think Serbia are a stronger team. And that's pretty much my thoughts. Kramer 0.6 XG, one big chance. Good option against Albania. I mean, the thing is that's one game of sample size, right? So you can find out exactly what's going to happen to, let's say, the Croatian lineup by the deadline, Benji. So what I would do is just wait until the deadline, see what the Croatian lineup is, see who starts, see who starts once again for Croatian. Then you can take that sort of punt on if it's Kramaric, it's Kramaric. Do I think Højbjerg will score or assist? Honestly, I think it's unlikely. He definitely does play a deeper role for Denmark. Yes, of course, he scored in qualifying, but I don't think that really means much. Denmark's performance today markedly surpasses their customary standards. Um, do you really think so? I mean, we expect Denmark to beat Slovenia, right? Slovenia is probably rated as one of the top three, top four bottom teams in the tournament, if we're being honest, heading towards like this group as well, in particular where Denmark is a strong team historically within the internationals. So I'm not sure if anything today has really impressed me too much about Denmark. I like the fact that they're doing it without another sort of key, historic player in Mela. But beyond that, I think this is sort of what we've expected so far for the Danes. Great performance though, at least in the first half. Honestly, that Serbian team looks really good on paper. I've got to be honest. I mean, if you wanted a Croatian attacker, right? I think, to be quite honest, I mean, like I like my year from the midfield position, but some people might not feel the same. I think you could try and wait and see whether, let's say, Perisic, for example, starts as well. That would be quite interesting. You'll get the lineup anyway, so you can definitely think about someone like Perisic. Otherwise, obviously, I mean, Modric is a bit boring, I guess, if you want to say it like that. But he's still obviously a good pick. He's a bit overpriced, though, I would say, to be quite honest. Um, as far as their sort of attackers, I think, yeah, you've mentioned Kramaric already. He would be the interesting one. For me, he interests me more than Petkovic, although it was nice to see that Petkovic took the penalty within the match versus Spain. I have no clean sheets as well, Ezra. So yeah, that's been pretty tough so far. Serbia kind of seems like a Spurs kind of team where they're good going forwards, but very messy in the back. Yeah, that's generally the case. Who's the starting striker for Serbia tonight? It's probably going to be Mitrovic. Sometimes they do play two up top, but I do think it's going to be. I do think it's going to be Mitrovic, Vlahovic, as a 2, and then Tadic behind effectively as a 10. That should be the lineup for Serbia. Yeah, I can show my team, Colin. Give me a sec. Yeah, this is the team for now. So I'm planning to use 2 free transfers. The 2 free transfers will probably be to get DeMarco out of my team. I have 0.5 million in the bank saved. So I'm just going to simply go from DeMarco to Guardiola. And I'll see, how Trent's performance is, and I'll make a decision there. I think Rodri might be injured as well, so I probably have to move Rodri to another different player. I'll probably be looking for, as you said, of course, a Croatian player. Or, there's some interesting options as well. For example, Abisher from Switzerland was pretty good in the last match. I'm sure he's definitely an interesting option. But we'll see, of course. We can watch Sudakov play as well tomorrow, and maybe we can get an assessment of how interesting some of the other midfielder picks are at that sort of 6.5 million position. I would really like to go for Guardiola, though. Like, that's probably my priority transfer, if I'm being honest. And, outside of that, maybe an Austrian midfielder is quite interesting, too, if you think about it. Like, something like a Sabitzer potentially. At the same time, you've also got like Baumgartner and then some other interesting Austrian picks too do exist. So a couple of options that we have, generally speaking, across the board, right? Even when it comes to, let's say, Serbia, I think the unfortunate thing is Tadic is priced as a forward. So if Tadic was a midfielder, I would definitely be all over him. Yeah. Excuse me. How are you feeling about how fantasy's gone so far? I mean, it's been awful so far, right? Let's be honest. But it's literally just started as well, and most of the players within my team, as you can see as well, are yet to play. So, for example, I still have Lukaku, I have Dekoiper, I've got Mbappe, and then obviously like a lot of big guns coming on the 18th of June. And obviously, maybe my tournament can finally get started if England get their clean sheet today. Although, as things are going so far, probably a little bit unlikely. So that would be ideal. I think Rodri obviously came off with a knock, so as I said, I probably need to focus a transfer on him, and I do plan on transferring DeMarco out for Guardiola at the bare minimum. We'll see, of course, like whether we get a little bit of, if I get an understanding of, let's say, whether someone like Patrick Wimmer could start for Austria as well, that could be a very interesting pick. But as I said, yeah, Sabitzer, Wimmer, these types of players, Baumgartner are sort of on my mind when it comes to, let's say, targeting Austria. Otherwise, of course, we'll see what the Croatian lineup is, whether I want to spend a free transfer on one of those picks too, because that's not boring at all. I think that's still quite interesting. Szymanski as well from Poland is actually quite an interesting pick too. I think he's definitely someone who's one to look out for as well. You can't change the captain the moment. Oh, you didn't change. Yeah, exactly. You have to change. You have to make sure that you change your captaincy before the first day of the game. What do you think about changing Rodri for Fabian Ruiz or Pedri for Matchday 2, Matchday 3? I mean, I'm going to do a limitless on Matchday 3, so I don't really care about Spain too much. We're still going to be playing against, Italy in Matchday 2, so I don't really like the idea of just going for a Spanish player in Matchday 2. As far as the starting strike, I already answered that question. Only change for day is Trent captain. Exactly, that's right, Felipe. Benji says Gundo awards if you have the money, and is Gundo still on pens? I think you can argue that the pen share is mixed, right? There must be maybe like 60% Gundo pens, Havertz maybe 40%. You're really surprised how most of the games have had both teams to score. I mean, let's be honest. For example, the way that Germany conceded, the way that Italy have conceded, were a bit ridiculous, right? Like Italy basically gifted the goal, and Germany literally gifted the goal. Is selling DeMarco knee-jerking? No, I always plan to sell DeMarco, and you can kind of see all my Twitter posts or my discussions on my team have always kept the idea that I wanted to sell DeMarco. I mean, DeMarco's versus Spain. Spain is expected to be the best team in that group, just exactly the same as how we expected Albania to be the worst team in that group, and I do think that they're worth targeting. So the positions that Guardiola is occupying, I really like them, and I'm definitely going to go Guardiola. Got Kane capped right now. I mean, I think if you get 10 points with Kane, I would just stick. For me, that's a good threshold. Could you elaborate on the reason behind your preference for using Limitless in Matchday 3 and the Wildcard Matchday 5? I mean, as I said, so I think there were some teams obviously at the start of the tournament in Matchday 1, Matchday 2 who actually had good fixtures, right? Like pairs of fixtures. So Switzerland, Ukraine, these sorts of teams. So I could kind of fill out the rest of my team with these sorts of players. At the same time, of course, when it came down to the talismans, even though, for example, your Kanes, your Mbappes, your Ronaldo, well, I mean, not Ronaldo really, but even though England and France technically have a tough match day 2 fixture, I would still probably go for these sorts of players anyways on a wildcard limitless draft. So that didn't really change, how I thought about how to target match day 2. I suppose the only thing when we talk about match day 1 is, we could have maybe focused on Denmark, we could have focused on the Dutch, right? Obviously, the Dutch punts haven't worked out so well. So you can already see the flip side of that logic, right? It's not always going to work out perfectly when it comes to free hitting on teams. And then obviously with Ericsson, with Denmark, that's worked out really well. So it kind of goes both ways. I also like Kvaratskhelia as well. I think Georgia ultimately, when it comes down to it, have their best, potential fixtures on match day 1 and 2. I'm not expecting Georgia to win, but of course, Kvaratskhelia is going to still hopefully do well within those 2 fixtures. So I didn't really mind, for example, owning players like Szoboszlai and Kvaratskhelia. So that's why I kind of landed on that. After seeing DeMarco throw the ball to Badrami, would you be interested in watching him bite the curb? I mean, no, I don't really care. I mean, this is football, right? I've seen, for example, in FPL, the amount of times that I've had a player do something stupid and then I still pick them, later in the season, that's happened plenty of times. I don't really care. I mean, every player makes mistakes. I'm not going to take it personally or anything like that. So the simple reason is that I always plan to take DeMarco out of my team. So I'm doing that. And then EY, going back to the point in terms of while I'm wild carding on match day 5, I just think that it gives me the idea to punt specifically on match day 4 whilst getting basically insulated, right? I don't have to necessarily, hold players from all the big teams and kind of hope for the best. I can actually go for all the punts, the best attacking picks for match day 4, and then regardless of whatever happens, I can end up picking whatever teams progress, and hopefully we'll continue to have more tournament favorites and so on. Another thing too is that the amount of free transfers that you get after match day 4 basically continue to increase at a proportional rate. So it makes more sense to wildcard as soon as possible, which I'll do then, and then I'll hopefully be saved by the fact that I have 5 free transfers on match day 6, and that's sort of the general logic there. You have a mid of KDB, Bruno, Wirtz, Musiala for Limitless 2. Would you go Bellingham or Kvaratskhelia? Honestly, I mean, we can watch England today and we can make an assessment. I do think England versus Denmark. Denmark, we traditionally see as a very defensive team anyways, so I'd probably still go for Kvaratskhelia at the time being. Most likely team to keep a clean sheet. It's based on the odds that I've seen, it's still Croatia versus Albania. But the markets are still very high on Germany overall. So I know a lot of people don't like double German defense simply because they prefer double German offense. So that's another sort of point of view as well. Oh, don't worry. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't let Euros fantasy get like make me feel bad about this tournament at all. I'm Spanish. I'm here to support Spain, and we won our first match 3-0 despite a massive mess up from Unai Simon. He's the only player potentially within the team that I can't stand watching. Honestly, I have to be honest and say, if we can play David Raya, I would be a happy man. But apparently, we'll never play David Raya for whatever reason. So I don't know, but we'll see. I'd like to see some more shots on target from Denmark. That'd be ideal. They've had a lot of shots in the box, but a lot of them have been blocked. And part of that, too, of course, is, I mean, Slovenia have actually defended well for the most part, although they've just allowed Denmark to really dominate them in different phases of play. Schulman with a yellow card. Yeah, happy Eid for you. Why do you dislike Unai Simon? I think as a goalkeeper, he's always uncomfortable on the ball. If you look at the penalty that Rodri gave, once again, it was his mistake. You know, he had no pressure, right? There was a forward chasing him from literally 2 miles out, and he made a huge mistake, and he put Rodri under the bus basically because he completely failed to fix or to literally have the composure really to just get the ball out of trouble. And then on top of that too, like Unai Simon, if you remember in the last two international tournaments, in the Euros in 2021, he gave a huge mistake. Do you guys remember when Pedri passed the ball back and Unai Simon literally scored an own goal? Or do you remember a situation where, for example, he gave the ball immediately to Japan and they scored as well? Like he's just someone who, in my opinion, you know, we are Spain, right? We like to have the ball in our feet, but he is probably the keeper between Raya and himself that is much less confident on the feet. And I just much rather see David Raya. But until that happens, you know, I won't be entirely satisfied with Spain. But I'm really happy that we have winger profiles, and that makes a huge difference. Luis says, good morning. Stick with Verbruggen on 4 points or start Casteels? I would still probably start Casteels, you know, personally. Will you keep double German defense going forward? I think yes, because I'm not using a wild card, because I'm not using a limitless, right? But obviously, if I was planning to, you know, wild card or limitless, I'd probably move it. Fabian Ruiz, I don't even think Fabian Ruiz is worth considering. I mean, he is a central midfielder. That was the best game he's probably played for Spain. This is a player who, even, you know, when he was playing a little bit more advanced for Napoli, was only scoring one goal per 10 per 12 games. So the likelihood that Fabian's going to continue, you know, tearing it up is super unlikely for me, and I don't like it. Yeah. For me, like Fabian Ruiz is the classic, you know, jump on a bandwagon pick because he's done well. Not opposed to, for example, like if Fabian Ruiz suddenly changed his position and suddenly we saw him, for example, playing as an attacking 10, you know, I would change my mind. But the reality is our attacking 10 is Pedri, and the substitute for Pedri is Dani Olmo, and it's certainly not Fabian Ruiz. This has been a good little starting half for Slovenia. I mean, they're very lively for sure, but once again, you know, I think what Slovenia probably have had zero shots on target and zero good shots, I suppose. They've all been outside the box, if I remember. Is it crazy to captain Sudakov? I think a little bit. I think a little bit for sure. A little bit crazy. You captained Depay today instead of Ericsson, and while a friend of mine that Captain Unai Simon. Well, I mean, look, crazy things happen, Tenerife. Like if that happens, like I don't even know what to say. And first of all, I'm Spanish, and I can easily admit that we probably did not deserve a clean sheet at all. Nihad, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I would probably not go Sudakov. If Sudakov, for example, was a pick from an earlier in the week, I would do it. But we are running out of captaincy options, so I would rather you go with the more template trusted picks. Trent or Kane captain. I mean, it's too late to choose captaincies now, but I've gone Trent simply because I don't have Kane. Um, yeah, Depay was not great today when it came to his job when it comes to finishing goals. Um, yeah, that was something. Let's just say that. I'll switch it back to FOTMob, sorry. Do you think England could win the? I mean, they're predicted to be, second favorites really. So of course, he had a lot of chances, but the Dutch, yeah, exactly. I mean, the Dutch. I mean, the Dutch were also expected to do well, but another thing that I'll probably say about Poland too is that Poland are much more. Poland are a much more attacking team than they ever have been in history. So you'd expect for teams to score versus Poland. You'd probably also expect that Poland, even as an underdog, could score. Um, would you keep Trent Alexander-Arnold going forward? I think Trent will start today. That's the prediction that I can see. Um, Lukaku or Mbappe captain? I'm still gonna go with Mbappe, but I think nothing wrong with Lukaku. Yeah, I think we are definitely expecting the Dutch to score versus France as well. I mean, Lukaku scores at a much better rate, to be honest, than most players when it comes to international football. And you have to argue that to an extent, like international football is a little bit easier to score in as well. It's I mean, domestic league football is a lot more competitive. But Depay has had a pretty shocking domestic season too. Like he's been basically completely sat on the bench, in Atletico Madrid. So it's been a bad season for him himself. Do you think you have to have one of Musiala works now? I mean, no, I don't think anything's changed in terms of my understanding of the German attack. So I'm not too worried about who I have. I still like German defense too, so I'm not too worried about it. As I said, if I wildcard or limitless, then I'd probably go double German offense. But right now, I don't feel the need to do so. Um, yeah, Lukaku is an absolute international monster. Like definitely one of the greatest international strikers ever. If we're giving him his fair respect, and a lot of people can laugh about his performances domestically, but it is what it is. You have the choice of going KDB captain, Lukaku captain. You just have a gut feeling for KDB. Yeah, I mean, go for KDB then. I mean, trust yourself if you believe that. I'm probably still gonna go Mbappe captain if I need to go for it. Shall I use limitless within this couple match days, or should I wait for the final rounds? How far do I think Belgium can go? I mean, it really just depends on what the seeding is going to be like, right? Because I think what I like about Belgium is that they have some youth integrated into the team, and their midfield is a little bit more robust than in the past, right? When it was, Witzel in the midfield was like extremely lethargic. And even Tillemans, for example, when you look at him as a midfielder, he's very slow. So definitely they're a bit more dynamic with players like Onana in the team, and that makes a huge difference. Um, and then they have some young players as well within the defensive positions, not only just the old guard like Munier, like Vertonghen, etc. So it's nice that they've integrated some of those talents within the team. And then obviously in the wing positions, like when it comes to players like Trossard and Doku, right? Like Doku, finally coming over his injury issues, that's nice. So you kind of have like a fully fledged Doku within the tournament, and then Trossard as well. He's elevated himself a couple levels as well. So the attack also looks a lot more, spiced up compared to, let's say, a completely out of his prime Eden Hazard. Um, Captain Trossard and Mbappe. I'd still probably go Mbappe personally. Transfer plans for me are Guardiola, and then I'll have to I need to see whether Rodri's actually injured or whether he was sort of faking it or whatever. But we'll see what happens. Do you think using Limitless would be better for Matchday 2 or Matchday 3? I still think Matchday 3 because potentially you can argue that a lot of the players that you want to target are still more expensive in Matchday 3. Now we can say that all the big guns will be rested in Matchday 3, but let's make that decision after we see, for example, England play, after we see Portugal, Belgium, France play. Because of course, if there's one upset within any of those teams, it's very likely that you'll see some of the big guns play once again in Matchday 3, and we'll need to call upon them again. I can't believe the amount of people who've gone Hoiberg. Captain Lukaku or Mbappe for tomorrow? I mean, I'm going Mbappe personally, but you can go Lukaku. I think they're close, right? When it comes to goal scoring odds, it's actually very similar. But I also think Mbappe is a little bit more of a creative player as well, and that makes a bit of a difference when it comes to, like when you're projecting points, assists, goals, these sorts of things always come into it. Spain versus Albania is definitely the team to target, and I think the nice thing about Spain is that obviously a lot of those players are cheap. Um, Look, I think you should just be happy that you have at least one player who scored a goal at Tenebris. When you look at my team in fantasy, I have 0 goals, so just be happy that you have 1 goal, please. Um, the big stars who score an MD1 and MD2 will most likely hunt goals match day. Oh, you mean like in terms of like the golden boot and things like that? I mean, not that many people have scored that many goals, right? Like no one, for example, has scored a brace so far. So it's not like our understanding of things isn't perfect. But yeah, I because my strategy anyways was to use free transfers for match day 2. I'm gonna stick to it. But for the people who are gonna go all out with free hit chips, I mean, you have to make that decision between when you wildcard and when you limitless. And I think maybe you could still probably wildcard on match day 2. What's considered a ball recovery in Euro Fantasy? It's, look, racy. It's very weird. To be honest, I don't think the UEFA have been really clear about how they calculate ball recoveries. Because when you look at some other websites, right, like when you look at FOTMob, or when you look at, for example, some other sort of stat aggregators, they do not have the same numbers or statistics that UEFA has for ball recoveries. Now, some people have stated, for example, a player like Rodri, some of the midfielders have really low ball recoveries compared to they usually do, and that's true. In my opinion, it was a bit weird, the ball recovery counting for Rodri yesterday. At the same time, though, I've seen Rudiger and even Akanji, for example, get a lot more ball recoveries than I felt like I visually saw within watching the matches. Like, that doesn't even make sense to me that Akanji got 11, but I mean, maybe he did. I just think that the problem is we'll never really know because there are different outlets, right? Different sort of sources of ball recoveries, and that's not helpful. Um, yeah, and that's another thing they do as well. They sort of adjust the ball recoveries on the fly, so you never know for sure, what the ball recovery situation is. I'd like to see Hoyland do something because this is probably the best match for him to do it. But yeah, it's been a very controlled performance from Denmark, but still very tame. Which is, yeah. So what you're saying, FIFA is once again being opaque? No, it's not FIFA, right? It's UEFA. Because this is like a UEFA fantasy game, as opposed to a FIFA fantasy game. It's an awful cross. How many points to stick with a goalkeeper? I would say, to me, look, it really, first of all, it depends on your backup keeper, right? It depends if your backup keeper is any good. I think 4 or 5 is around that threshold. But some people actually have some really good keepers as a backup. So I don't really mind, for example, switching at 4, for example. But yeah, if you have a pretty poor keeper as a backup, 4 is fine. You can just keep it. Yeah, I'm pretty frustrated too, Ahmed, to be honest, but it is what it is. How do you rate the Ukraine team? I think they're pretty strong, to be fair. The expectations for Ukraine are quite good, at least when it comes to match day 1 and match day 2. Pretty well-rounded team, I would say, as well. You have some pretty good defenders from effectively the top 5 leagues, and then the attackers, they've all had great seasons, if we're being honest. I mean, Mudryk obviously got a little bit going at the end. When you look at, for example, Zabarny, Lunin, they all had great seasons. Sigankov, really, and him and Dovbyk in particular have extremely shown within La Liga. So yeah, overall, like it's been a nice year for establishing Ukrainian players within those leagues. And then obviously some of the domestic players like Sudakov from Shakhtar Donetsk and all have done well too. You're also thinking about Lunin for Verbruggen. I think Lunin is a good option for sure. I would definitely consider swapping away from Verbruggen to go for Lunin. But yeah, if you're talking about Gunok, I probably wouldn't go for it. Don't copy other people's teams. Yeah, I mean, everyone does what they want, to be honest. I'm not going to fuss about it because I do share my team, so I do expect, some people to talk about things like that. So, I mean, to sort of employ different strategies. I remember in FPL, when I was looking at the amount of like duplicate teams that I had, at one point there was a lot of duplicate teams, because I think on live FPL, for example, like you could see how many people have the exact same team as you, like which includes I think even the bench sometimes. So it's quite funny to see the amount, but hey. Ukraine versus Romania prediction? I'll probably say 2-0. I mean, to be honest, if they can get away with this game, I think they're probably not going to sub Mela on. Maybe they'll sub Mela for Ba at one point in the game, but I guess there's no need to rush him. Close chance there. Why the Trent captain over Kane? I mean, I don't even own Kane, so. That was a great chance. Other than 11FI, I mean, to be honest, you can just look at some of the market odds yourself. Rob TFPL on Twitter also shares some really useful data as well. So I think he's definitely someone to look at as well. Would Kovacic be all right? I mean, once again, he plays super deep for Croatia, so I wouldn't be that interested in. I mean, to be fair, like if you look at like he can obviously run into like good chances, but I just don't think Croatia are that great of an attacking team to really consider like more of their center mids. If we're being honest, yes, of course it's Albania. Yes, we saw Barella, for example, as a center mid scorer. And I'm sure Kovacic, you know, now that I've said something like this, he'll probably score, but I still think that he's not exactly one of the best picks to go for, if we're being completely honest. I'll write down his name as well. So Rob TFPL on Twitter shares some really good information as well. Would I go Croatian defense now after Germany? That was Scotland. Should I transfer in Fabian Ruiz or I prefer Cardona. Look, Fabian Ruiz, as I said, is just another center mid for Spain. I'm not that keen, really, on Fabian Ruiz as a pick, if I have to be honest. Lived in Madrid for almost 5 years. I think you missed the most of cheap beers and the options. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where you live now, but let me know. What do you think of who's ARA? I'm sorry. Oh, Ake. I mean, the thing is, Ake's versus France. So, like, what are you gonna do about it? You're not gonna really go Ake versus France, are you? Venezuela? Do I have that right, or did I get the wrong place? I mean, presumably you'd have cheap options where you are at now too, no? Or what do you find different? When am I using my wild card? Probably Matchday 5 wild card, Limitless Matchday 3. But as I said, some people went with the express strategy to go for wildcard and limitless in the group stage. So if you're going for that strategy, just go, continue to pursue it. Don't just copy the strategy that I have. It just depends on your team selection. So if you watch for example, one of my initial videos on how to play or chip strategy, they're both good. I think honestly, instead of Jock, I'd probably still go for Abisher at this point. I mean, he's cheaper anyways. Isn't he 5.5 million? Played a great game as well. So I can see, him being a good pick to sort of look at. But yeah, Xhaka had a great controlling performance. But once again, a little bit more of a center mid. Of course, if he plays well, there's the option of that doing well. Everything's super expensive. Is that just due to inflation? Unlike a few years ago where there was nothing, now you can find everything but super expensive. Okay, I see what you mean. Um, Probably better to go for more attacking midfielders that are more likely to score than. Yeah, I agree. Generally. Unless, for example, one of the defensive mids is on penalties, if he's on a lot of set pieces, that makes a huge difference. Like that's why I went for Rodri, right? Because I think he's on penalties. So, if a player doesn't have penalties, if he doesn't have free kicks, if he doesn't have corners, then that's going to reduce your sort of point scoring potential to purely man of the match. Or of course, if you score like an outside goal out of the box, that makes a huge difference. Yeah, I mean, like if you look at Mittelstadt, if you look at DeMarco, if you look at Dumfries, they had good attacking games, right? It wasn't like it was horrific. So yeah, like not too worried about it. You're missing a defender and midfielder for match day 2, Linder, Oblak, FaZe, Mittel, um, on wildcard. I think what you can do, Kuka, is that just wait for the Croatian lineup, right, on match day 2, because if you can get the Croatian lineup, you can just potentially get Pongrasic, who's a 4 million defender from Croatia. Oh, I haven't seen the goal yet, so you're a little bit ahead of me, but I'm looking forward to it. I just seen the Sesko post. I'm happy because it takes out the clean sheet from Belgium. That's it. Because I don't own I'm sorry, Denmark. My bad. Oh, I'm about to see it. Oh, deflection as well. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh man, man, that's a great goal. Fair enough. I definitely don't didn't have Janza scoring on my cards, so there's that. It was a great goal because it wasn't a gigantic deflection. Like the shot was on target anyways, and it was outside the box. Like it was well struck in general. like a clean strike, and it was first time outside the box. So Mela believers, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? If Mela came in and sort of stole the day, if that makes sense. Christensen off is a little bit surprising to me as well, to be honest. I usually tend to think that Ba will come off for Mela, so that's a little bit different in terms of how I understand things. Sesko is unreal. Ba super nailed. I don't think Ba super nailed necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Because if you look at the previous matches, Ba has been subbed off early, and I think the Danish coach he's pretty flexible with substitutions. You have Serbia lowest in the group. Interesting. But the thing is, Ray, like are you just looking at pure goals and pure goals conceded? I like you kind of have you need to make sure that you kind of rate teams based on their like rankings in the world as well, right? Or if there's some sort of elo system or just almost a provisional attacking and defensive model, right? Because pure goals and pure assists means nothing. For example, like Spain, we scored 5 goal games before we scored 3 in the previous match. Like, did that mean anything? Like us scoring 5 goals per game? I don't think so, because we were playing teams like Andorra, right? So for me, it just means nothing. You did something similar to Elo. I mean, I would say obviously the more complex. I mean, a model that I trust is 11FI's model. So you'll see that, of course, he does very much not rate Slovenia, unfortunately. I mean, another sort of very provisional test. I think we can also look at, for example, all the teams and the lineups, right, from all 4 nations within this group, and just sort of ask ourselves how many of these players are, top class players within European leagues. I mean, another question I'll ask probably is like, are you looking at things like expected goals, expected assists, or are you just purely looking at goals conceded, goals scored, that sort of thing? Yeah, I agree. It's an average just in general. You want 2 Germany deaths, 2 Italy defense, 2 Ned deaths. I honestly, I mean, I don't even think that was really a bad idea if you were just targeting match day 1. Unfortunately, look, I think Poland, maybe probably wouldn't have been that high on the Dutch to go double defense, but like if we look back at the Albania games and we hindsight a little bit, I mean, come on, those goals from Albania and Germany were gifted. Sorry, Albania and Scotland were gifted by the bigger teams in those games. Man, Hoyland has been dull, to be honest, to watch. And he comes off. Scotland being the worst team is interesting. Is Trent starting? I think Ericsson. It's hard to actually say. I think Ericsson should get man of the match, but this has also been a pretty terrible second half for Denmark. So let's just see what happens. I think if one team scores a goal, we'll kind of know. Between Pavlovic and Akanji, I would tend to say Pavlovic just because I'd imagine the 0.5 can actually do something for you. But to be fair, watching Slovenia today, I mean, they looked great as well. I mean, I'd probably actually go with Kanji if you had the money in the bank and you just wanted to apply it. To me, a question like that is always, when you're spending 4.5 on a defender, like you don't really care too much about that, right? I suppose it's the upgrade the 0.5 can do for you in a different position that has to sort of kind of end the argument for you, so to speak, because the clean sheet odds are very similar for Serbia and Switzerland. I think they're actually favoring Serbia. So, yeah. Modric could be good. No, I agree. Modric could be good. I've never disagreed with that. As I said, I think like a Croatian attacker is totally justifiable as a pick. I think Ericsson is still likely to get man of the match. I mean, just over the course of the game, what he's done. Will you do a video on transfer plans? Yeah, absolutely, I will. Do you think he gets subbed early again? Who are we talking about? Sorry, Modric. I think it was a different situation though, right? Because Modric, the biggest thing is that they were losing 3-0. I think it kind of made sense to take him off. But yeah, I mean, obviously at this stage of his career as well, he is a lot older. I remember, I mean, even like when he was playing extra time versus us in the previous Euros, like he was just insane for 120 minutes. But yeah, I think now obviously at this stage of his career, a little bit different. Is there anything wrong with using your wildcard drop and swapping Char? No, there's nothing wrong with that at all, my friend. Absolutely nothing wrong. Ericsson scored for you. Congrats. Yeah. I'm gonna do another cheat sheet video. It's gonna come out tonight. I just wanted to get as much information as possible. Obviously, I need to do the cheat sheet, unfortunately, before the group stage is all over. So I won't get a chance to get an updated understanding of teams like Portugal and so on and so forth. But yeah, I'd still like to obviously get some information from those games. I don't think player prices change unless I'm wrong. Maybe I've forgotten European fantasy, but I don't think they change. Yeah, that didn't look like a penalty at all. Your best center backs would then be Guardiola and Sutalo. No, I agree 100%. But Sutalo's 5 million, right? And Sutalo's expensive. But the whole point is that you will find the Croatian lineup before the deadline. So if Pongrasic is available, you have Pongrasic. If Sosa plays, for example, you'll find out as well. Yeah, exactly. You'll find the lineup anyways. I just think that obviously at that sort of price point, like Sutalo is quite expensive. Like you might as well, if you find out Sosa starts, you might as well go Sosa, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like I think Guardiola as a left back as well is so much more interesting. Because like the positions he gets into, how dynamic he is, like he could have scored and gotten an assist versus us. And obviously we've seen him play domestically as well. So no, I kind of see what you're saying. I mean, I honestly think your defense wasn't even that bad. I think, as some people pointed out in the chat, I think our team was kind of crazy, you know, in terms of how how many goals we scored, how prolific we were within the match. So the way I see it, I think we overperformed for sure, both on attack and defense. Like, there's no way we should have kept a clean sheet, and at the same time, probably no way that we should have come out of that game with 3 goals. No, there's nothing wrong with the questions, Rice. No communication between Pongrasic and Sutalo, though. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. No, but you also have to say though, like that Yamal pass was unstoppable. I really think that if you're over analyzing that, in my opinion, I think it's tough because that ball was incredible and super well placed. It wasn't like lazy, for example. Like I've seen much more lapses in communication. Yeah, you can see my team in a moment, Liam. After this game's over, there's nothing happening in my team though. Just the Trent captaincy. So I'm not going to sub my players until before the deadline on 18th of June. But I'll share my thoughts in terms of my team and my subs probably tomorrow night. Croatia versus Spain in the final Euros. I'd love for that to happen. I think a lot of people have sort of slandered the teams in our group as well. So they're not expecting, anyone who comes out of our group to be that good, compared to some of the other big teams. So it'd be nice if one of us could do well. You picked Saka for Matchday 1 player out of Arsenal bias. I think that's fine. A lot of people are a little bit worried about Saka and his sort of, situation when it comes to, like, say, injuries and things like that. But Saka is a great pick, and obviously historically just brilliant for England. Score prediction for England Serbia? I don't know. I'm just gonna say 2-0. And I just want an England win, to be honest. And I just want a clean sheet. My fantasy team has done precisely nothing. Because of Fran cheat sheet, you went Wirtz instead of Saka. That's awesome. I mean, who knows? Saka could still do well today, but I'm glad you have Wirtz. Trent's benched. What do you mean by Trent bench? Is that out? The English team is out? I can't see the English team. I can't see the English team right now, and I haven't seen news about Trent being benched either. But we'll find out in 9 minutes. Oh, if he is, no, I don't think Trent is being benched today. Yeah, it's usually an hour before, but then sometimes obviously people have leaks and things like that, and we can find out. But I think that's unlikely. I think Ericsson man of the match is pretty likely. The only English team news we know is Guehi starts. We got 7 minutes anyways. All right, I'll share my team now. Might as well. So this is my team. It just has Trent, as I said. And then I've got 3 players who play on the 18th. So Kvaratskhelia, Fernandes, Ronaldo. So they will just replace Rodri, Ty, Mittelstadt. Well, sorry, not even, but they will replace Rodri, Ty, and DeMarco for now. We'll keep Gundo. We'll keep Szoboszlai because we have to. And then we're probably going to field the 3-5-2. But obviously, we'll see what happens. You know, who knows if Trent or De Kuiper do really bad, then we'll have to actually take out both the one of them instead, and we'll see, of course. Hopefully no red cards, and that's about it. In the meantime, we could probably do a little bit of football bingo. I thought that was quite fun yesterday, so I'm just gonna quickly head over to that. Should we do it with the timer? Rebic. I can't even remember where I was playing. Nazario Romal. Jesus Navas, Spain. Oblak, Slovenia. Salas. Oh, Sanse. Spain's picked. Bilbao is not here. No. Raul Jimenez. Disasi. Did he play for Nice? I don't think so, right? Nah, that's wrong. Çalhanoğlu. Oh, I just did double skip. Tillemans. Nothing again. Oh no, sorry. Disasi played for Lille, right? Kogel. Where's no Dortmund, no Switzerland. Fran Mondi. Real Madrid. He was managed by Benitez. Didn't Benitez? Oh, no, he didn't manage us recently, actually. Sorry, that's my bad. Handanovic. This is awful. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's Olympique Lyon. Havertz, Germany. Jimenez played in Spain. Oh, I should have picked Nazario for World Cup top scorer. That was awful. Is Goretzka? He's not a World Cup winner, is he? No, I don't think so. I'll just pick it, whatever. Magnan. Hungary. No, there's nothing here. Vega. Oh, that was awful. Ericsson, man of the match. That makes sense. Anish, thank you so much. Can we replace Denmark players to Croatia ones for Matchday 2? Which ones do you suggest for Croatia? Not taking them list or wildcard for Matchday 2. For me, Croatia, I mean, like, you're talking about, you can see the Croatian squad. So obviously, I think, I mean, there's Mayer, there's Kramaric, there's obviously Modric as well. If you have some sort of belief in the pen share, if Petkovic doesn't start. But I think that the picks from Croatia that I like the most are the defenders. So for me, I still think Guardiola, maybe Sosa, of course, if he plays left back, Stanisic as well, or Sutalo. So these are the kind of options. But Pongrasic is the cheapest player if he gets to start at 4 million. So you'll find the lineup for Croatia and you'll be able to make picks there. Yep, Trent in midfield, Trippier starts as well. Stick or twist? I think just stick with Ericsson, to be honest. No Kane, no gain. Well, there's going to be a bit of pain for me soon. So that will be nice. Rajovic is the keeper for Serbia. Rajovic is the keeper for Serbia. That's actually pretty interesting, right? Because Rajovic is really cheap, I think, in the game, unless I'm wrong. So if we look at transfers, Rajovic, so Rajkovic, is 4 million. So for the people actually looking for a wild card, Rajkovic is super cheap. Can they change his position or no? No, he'll stay as a defender for the rest of the tournament. Should have quickly checked the Serbia lineup so I can let you guys know. So Rajkovic, Veljkovic, Milenkovic, Pavlovic, Gudelj, Lukic, Sergej, Zivkovic, Kostic, Vlahovic, Mitrovic. Tadic is on the bench. Oh my. What's wrong with him? So I'm just trying to quickly just read news about England and things like that. Not participating in these Euros, but it's always fun to tune in. Hey, Canan, nice to see you, man. Appreciate you. Straight in your wildcard, dude. On it, you can literally go Serbia and check goalkeepers for 8 million. That's an absolute steal. So I'm definitely gonna share the update. All right, so back to how different is normal FPL compared to Euros? I mean, normal FPL is very different because, you're really just making one transfer every week and you're trying to plan basically a team that's, is trying to be solid for at least 7 to 8 weeks or even more weeks at a time. So you're planning more for the long term. and you have much less transfers to play with. Here, for example, you've got 2 free transfers on match day. You have 5 free transfers on match day 6, for example. So you have 2 chips, and you get to spend them literally in 7 weeks. In FPL, you have, I think, what? I mean, you effectively have 4 chips, but you get to spend them on 38 weeks. So clearly less chips per week, less transfers per week. And yeah, you have to plan for many, many more weeks at a time with a given team. Ericsson, man of the match. That's correct. I think I really wouldn't. I mean, look, it's not like Verbruggen kept a clean sheet, right? So I wouldn't mind keeping Costa as the punt. Yeah, Palmer on bench was expected for sure. Hoping Belgium and Portugal carry, because if not, yeah, look, my match day one has been cooked so far. And let's be honest, Spain's clean sheet is completely undeserved. And I'm Spanish saying that right now. Plot twist: Italy beat Spain. We all take out DeMarc and he gets a goal and assist. I mean, he could very well do that. He's a very attacking player. Any close 50-50 decision you were thinking pre-deadline? Potentially to spend the well, I mean, not really. I would say I don't think there were too many 50-50 decisions for me. Maybe like going Wout phase and then actually upgrading Gundo potentially, but nothing substantial, to be honest. When I look at my draft, a bit early to say, but would you remove Shaqiri given that he was benched? I need to see what the manager has said about Shaqiri, and I'll get back to you on that. But in my opinion, that was not a good sign for Shaqiri. Yeah, I agree. Fran is lucky Rodri didn't get a red for that last man foul. Yeah, that would have been unlucky for sure. Well, lucky of course for me, but yeah. Um, all I have to say is Unai Simon is a bit of a joke sometimes. What transfers are you thinking of? Yeah, I'm planning on using Guardiola as a transfer, and then my second transfer, probably maybe a Rodri transfer, potentially even a Szoboszlai transfer. Just depends on where I'm feeling. Um, he's using week 3 limitless and week 5 wildcard. Yeah, that's correct. Germany deserved the clean. Yeah, Germany definitely deserved the clean sheet. So did Italy. Thoughts for lineups? I'm pretty surprised that Dusan Tadic is benched. I don't really know what's going on behind that, but how many points do you think an above average team should have at the end of match day 1? Hard to say. I mean, probably. I mean, probably at least above 70 points. But when I look at my own team, it's not looking good. Is it just me? I can't find a full list of all players and their individual points on the official site. You look it's not pretty, but you probably want to just go to the make transfers page and you can find out what points people scored. It's not good though. It's not good. Like I don't know why the website layout is like this. The mobile layout is even worse, to be honest. But I think also we shouldn't be using points as a metric to determine how good a player is just because of match day 1. Like that's not how we should be making transfers and things like that and making decisions. All right, so let's get prepped for England. A colleague of mine who has no idea about football has Unai Simon and Carvajal. Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous. I mean, like they're good picks, right? But then it's also the idea that you're really going for Spanish defense against Italy and Croatia. Also, like we were just horrible in defense versus Croatia, and we were so lucky to keep a clean sheet. Yeah. Thanks, Anisha. Appreciate that. Am I the only one with a lot of 1-2 on scores? Well, I mean, I've got 2s and 3s, so it's not really any better, is it? I wouldn't feel too bad. I think a lot of the results so far have gone like completely, the wrong way for us so far, and I'm not going to overreact. Let's just watch the England game. Hopefully Harry Kane keeps it quiet, but we'll see what happens. My fantasy isn't going great. Di Lorenzo, Mittelstadt, Virgil van Dijk, Verbruggen. Yeah, it's tough. Look, a lot of us have just not scored any reasonable points. Sorry, just responding to some comments in the meantime. Yeah, let's do football bingo. Does anybody want to do it like an online lobby as well? Should we do an online one? Does anybody want to? Yeah, I mean, just let me know. You can just join the lobby. Got 8 players still to play with 31 points so far. Looks really good. Yeah, that's awesome. Trent to get subbed off for Manu. Please no. Please no. What are the chances of Trent starting match day 2? I think they're pretty high, but let's watch the game. Let's watch the game and see what happens. If Trent plays well, I think there's a pretty good chance. I think you just join with the room code. So I'll just share the room code in the chat. Yeah. I don't think I can share links, but I can try. Let me know if you can see the link, but it's very likely that you might not be able to see the link at all. Do you guys want to start with how many can we start with? Should we just do this? All right, let's just start with 3 friends then. I think this is good to go. There's 2 Hermansons here. You saw it, 16. All right, I'm gonna start. Chat, you need to help me. All right, Pereira. Used to play for Porto, right? Yeah, there we go. Fermin Lopez. None of these teams. Matvienko. I can't even lie. I don't even know where Matvienko plays. Canos. I don't know where McKenna. Calafiori, Italy. Badrami. Albania's not here, right? I don't know where Badrami plays domestically. Bakayoko for the Switzerland. Stovbik, Ukraine. Hirona's not here, right? So I don't think. Nope. Yildiz. Is he a Dortmund player? Not really sure. He's a Jurassic. Skriniar, Slovenia. I don't see it. Skriniar played for any of the big teams. Inter's not here. Where's Portugal? Switzerland's already done. Amdouni. Goncalo, Benfica. Milos Kerkez. There's no Hungary, right? Ruben Neves. None of these teams, right? Don't think so. So Czech Republic, Mudryk, Ukraine, Chelsea, Jonathan Klaus, France. Nope. Castagna, Belgium, already picked. And Doyer, Switzerland. Ivan Toney, England. Okay. It's like nothing here. Yeah, Belgium. Chelik. Finally. Jurassic? I don't know. Leao. Spain, nope. I don't know, Mucci. Hermansen. Sakagni. Kiwior. None of these teams. Malin, Dolberg, Denmark. Sane, Bayern. Ivanasek, sea creation? Nice, we did it. What's the leaderboard? Oh, just barely won. Really want to see Palmer come on and interact with Jude. That would be cool. I thought when it went green, it was right. Not necessarily, I think. I'm using it, but that was pretty close actually. Well played, guys. Well played. It's a good idea to use wildcard tomorrow. I think if you're using wildcard tomorrow, are you also planning to use limitless in match day 3, Philip? You guys want to do another one? Yeah, we can do another one. Yeah, let's do another one. Should we do a different tournament mode? Maybe past or present. Do you guys want to do the English league? Do you guys want to do global? Let me know what you guys want to do, and then I'll paste the link in chat. English league, okay. I'll copy in chat. HIP3S. All right, let me know when you guys want to start. Got a lot of us. I'll probably wait 10 more seconds, and then we're good to go. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, starting in 10. That will be fun. I wonder if you guys can actually see the full screen or if it's clipped. Let me just quickly check the stream layout. Oh, you can still see it. That's fine. That's good. Also an Edward, Crystal Palace, Danny Ings. Where the fuck is West Ham? I don't see West Ham here, do I? Mark Travers, Bournemouth, Bruno. Sinclair sounds Scottish. Semedo. Is he no, he's not a Champions League winner. Salah is a Champions League winner. Casemiro is not a World Cup winner. Tedesar, Tottenham. Aaron Lennon. Burnley. Bruce or Sheffield United. Isak, Newcastle. Jack Harrison. None of these options, right? Matias Nunez. Nope. Felipe. No, right? Gravenberch, Netherlands. Joe Hart. It's an FA Cup winner. Yeah. Declan Rice works for. Oh, I don't know if that actually works, to be honest. Come on. Nathan Akin, nothing. Barnby. I don't even know. Alan Smith. Lack of ball knowledge there. Oh no, literally the wrong pick. Valencia, nope. Brunel. Bournemouth, Konchesky, Kwanzaa, Liverpool, Tsimikas, Greece, Dubravka, Solly March, nope. Darren Ranoff, nope. Aaron Ferguson, nope. Solanke, nope. Nope. Julian Ciso, Paraguay, no. Ukraine, no. Metham, no. Oh, I should have picked Metham for Wales. Oh, no, I should have picked World Cup winner. I think I ruined it. Okay, let's see how everyone else did. Trent and Jude, please. That'd be nice. That was close. Let's see how everyone else is gonna do. Oh, well done, Perry. Smash me there. I think we had 10 players, right? So we'll just wait for the 10 players to finish. My issue is that my Premier League ball knowledge doesn't really extend to like older players. So it's like my knowledge just really extends to current players. And then obviously like I think the idiotic decision that I made was I picked you know, Robbie Savage is Welsh. I don't know why I thought I was wrong. No. All right, Perry is winning. Seems like. Nah, it's fine, Rice. It's all good. It's pretty fun. Pretty close. Ramsey's pretty close behind as well. I think that's it, right? Was it 10 people in the end? Well, congrats to you all for finishing. We can probably go again if you guys want to. How can I score bingo? We just play together as a lobby. So should we try something else? Should we do global this time? Let's just do global. I'll share the I'll share the code in chat. You can click the link in the chat. QWN. I'll give you guys probably a good minute. All right, let's just start. The username are all footballers. Yeah. Ward Prowse. None of these, right? Giovanni Reina. Calvin Phillips. Jackson Martinez. Atleti. Perisic. Oh. Florian Wirtz. swear he doesn't apply to any of these. Uruguay. Well, I'm gonna pick Luis Suarez for that. Fran Torres. None of these, right? Man City. Raul Meireles. He's a Portuguese player, right? Sounds like it. David Raya is none of these. Chukwueze. None of these as far as I'm... did he win with AC Milan? Isak. None of these as well. Hey Rashab, hope you're doing well. Jacob Ramsey. Once again, I swear none of these. Mateus Cunha. Something. Higuain did not win a World Cup. Was he managed by Ancelotti though? I think so. Mertens. Oh, I should have picked that maybe. Dallo. Schick. Was he in Roma? I can't quite remember. I don't think so. Reece James. None of these. Mr. Trippier. Dumfries. He just won the Italian Top Flight. Onana. None of these. Ederson. None of these. Simao. Was he in the Brazilian World Cup squad? I don't know. Coop Miners. He plays for Atalanta, right? I don't think he played for Roma before, so I don't think any of these. Zaniolo. Aston Villa. None of these. Oh no, Roma. Arturo Vidal. He's Chilean, so no. Sangare, none of these. Kalulu is French, I believe. Prince Boateng. Would he have been a Ronaldo with Nazario? I don't think so. I don't know Anthony Revelair. Goncalves. Ballack definitely didn't win the World Cup. Del Piero's World Cup winner. Schneider is none of these. Did he serve teammate Ronaldo? Maybe? I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Hoyland, Denmark. Now we just need an Uruguayan. Oh, Rivaldo would have been a World Cup winner. Manuel Ugarte. Right. Oh, I did awful. Higuain killed me. Dallo as well. Mota as well. Well played. Revelair is right back for France, right? But did he win the... No, he didn't. He didn't win the World Cup. It's fine. That was shocking for me, but a lot closer. Like in the pack, you big. I think I fumbled on Ancelotti as well. I'm not sure if Mertens actually played under Ancelotti. I think he would have, right? Like just under Napoli. Yeah, he would have. So I think I'm fine there. Adam Sharon almost scored for me. So close, 5 million mid, finished on 3 points. That's not too bad at all, Luis. You went Kevin Prince Boateng. Ah, right. It took 6 games to get our first draw, unusual for a tournament. Trent 2 today, Vass. That's awesome. If you choose Limitless Team for Matchday 3, are you losing the points on the players who are not in the original squad? No, I mean, like Georgie, you're not going to lose your Matchday 1, Matchday 2 points if that's what you're asking. Is that it? I think that's it, right? That's us 12. Okay. Wasn't the best for me, but definitely well played. Huyen, Dalo, Mota, top 3. 11 how are you? Oh my god. Okay, I guess Higuain wasn't. Yeah, that was actually a poor choice for me. I didn't know Giovanni Reina didn't play in the MLS top flight. And I think a Ronaldo and Azario teammate, I probably jumped the gun on that. I just picked the first obscure Brazilian name that I found that I didn't recognize from a current player. So, well, bag fumbled. Let's do that one again. That was pretty fun. Or should we do another one? Do you guys want to do Euro 2024? I think we haven't done this one yet. Review likes the Ericsson player of the match post. Interesting. Model pick. Boring, boring. England wins 1-3. I think we're good to go. Let's give everyone 10 seconds. And then we can start. Sorry, Franco. All right, let's start. I don't see France. Okay. Pavlovich, where's Serbia's not here, right? Okay. Sobchak. Kanye West. I don't see England either. Fagioli. I don't think he plays for. Where does Fagioli play from? I'm not really sure. I think he plays for Juventus, so I'm not going to pick that. Inter Milan. No. Where is Serbia? Or am I blind? I don't see it right. I just did a double skip. Ah, it's terrible. Jensen Brentford. That's like the most Turkish name ever. So, did Patrick Schick play in Roma? Oh, I forget. I don't think he. Maybe he did, but I'm gonna skip that. I bet she's a Turkish name, so I'm just gonna skip that. Willie Orban. Oh, he's Hungarian, but Pras. Not quite sure. Nico Abasher, Swiss. Does he play for Milan? Don't think he does. Klaus. No France, no. Liga team. Okafor. Ronaldo, no. Saka, no. Fabian Ruiz, Napoli. Castagna. He's Belge. Oh, sorry, Leicester. Simons, no. Turkish, no. Openda. Baturina. Diogo Costa. Hanko. Scamacca. Don't think he played for Roma. Demiral, Turkish, right? Franks, Belgium. Bowen, Fofana, nope. Bianco. Sufal, nope. Luke Bacchio. Raspadori. I think I've missed plenty of Roma players. This is so bad. Oh, I'm just gonna have to. That's awful. That's awful. That's awful. Need to check if Patrick Schick actually played for Roma. He did play for Roma. I was pretty sure of it as well. I think I've ruined that twice already. Oh, I ruined it with the Patrick Schick. Ah, that was close. No, it's not a game of chance to be honest. I remember most of football, but I knew Patrick Schick was playing for Roma, but I didn't have the confidence to pick it. Oh, that was awful. Okay, Samarczyk as well. That's embarrassing. I think he's Austrian. No, he's Serbian. All right, that's shocking from me. Well, not too bad. Wait, did Scott McTominay play for Roma? Yeah, okay. That's news to me that he played for Roma. Tips for Matchday 2. I guess go for some Croatian players. Nah, I ruined it with the going for Patrick Schick. What should we do at this point? Do we go to this? Should we do Spanish League? We can do another English League one if you guys want to. Or another global one. Always in the midfield. Nah, it's all good. Yeah, fine. Let's do another English League one. One last one, and then we'll just get... Oh, sorry, the link's broken, so use the second link. I'll just delete the... Would you captain Mudryk next week if you don't have Mbappe? I mean, yeah, at that point you would. I did good on the fantasy quiz today. They had asked questions from Wildcard 1988. Or World... I'm such a fantasy YouTuber that I read WC as Wildcard. That's so pathetic. World Cup, of course. No Maguire, no Rashford, no Grealish. I mean, Maguire's injured. Rashford, you can argue, yeah. Grealish as well. I don't know. I mean, Gordon did have a good season, to be fair, but I can understand the sentiment. You guys ready to go? We'll give you guys 10 seconds to join. The Grealish fan here, Rashford fan here as well. People just joining with player names. Trent starts in the midfield. Photo on the left. Yeah, that's correct. He's thinking about going to the north. Oh, God. All right. We've got a lot of people. Is this good to go, guys? I'll just count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh, you don't have a choice for the names. 4, 3, 2. Fair enough, because, yeah. Interesting that someone... Oh, there's a Ben Me in the chat, which is nice. I wonder who that could be. Shay Given. See? What team did he play for, though? No, he's Irish. Let's pick Ireland for now. Oh, God, some of these names, I'm sorry. I'm so washed up. Odson Edouard. Something. But actually nothing as well. Oh, there we are. Oh, that's Mateta as well. Surely Van Persie was the top scorer at one point. Yeah, I'll be crazy if he wasn't. Tim Flowers. Apologize for this lack of ball knowledge. I don't know who Tim Rogman is. I think he's a young player, but John Egan, Tom Kearney, Kanji. Surely he's an FA Cup winner, right? Anthony. Mr. Me. Chukwemeka and Siso. Ehiogu. I really don't know. Amrabat. Not a Champions League winner. Unless he won one with Barcelona. Defoe. Berg sounds Norwegian. Just gonna punt. That sounds Scandinavian. Dennis Irwin. Nottingham Forest. Historic Nottingham Forest knowledge is certainly lacking right now. That's shocking. That was a shocking performance for me. Man. It's rough. That was terrible. Onana's Belgium. No, it said Andre Onana though, right? I think the Belgian Onana has a different. Well, actually, is the Belgian Onana? No, he's Amado, right? So I think it said Andre Onana, so that would have been United. That was awful for me. Like, I don't know my historic players at all. Horrific, 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 horrific. It was Andre, the United keeper. Yeah, yeah. Change Ward's captain. I would just keep Ward's captain. Trip on the left again. Yeah, I think that's what we expected with Trent in the midfield. We could do one more, yeah. Let's do one global one, and then we can call it. We still have 7 minutes to go. Might as well. I'm shocking English because unfortunately, like most of my English knowledge before, I don't know, like 2010s is awful. Played for Brazil. That's a good one. All right, let's give it 10 seconds. Oof, lots of players. Busquets as well. It's nice to see. All right, that's good. Let's go. Kyle Walker. Chirkov. I'll have to skip that. Simao. I don't know Simao. Raul. Jeremy Doku. Guerrero. Marek Hamšík. I think it was a Zlatan teammate ever, was he? This is shocking. Well, I think Rebic was definitely an Zlatan teammate. Where's Abel? Zaniolo. Bonucci. Probably should have picked that for Italy. That's going to be bad. Does Neymar have a Copa? I don't think he does. Tammy Abraham. Go Clichy. Gundo. Hincapie. I mean, he's Ecuadorian, I think, but Goncalo Vélez. Firmino. Zamorano. I think he played maybe Sevilla. Titi. Did he play for the Belgium division, maybe? Taremi. Porto. I think he's moving this season, isn't he? But Limer. David Villa. Dele Ali. Trossard. Maybe. Tapsoba. No. Robin. Oh, I should have picked him for Chelsea. Ah, I messed it. Musa Diaby. I was ruined. Ruined, I say. Jimenez. Sule. Mukoko, so that would have been none of them. Ben Yeds. Joao. Could this be it? Could this be it? Could I get a win, finally? I haven't felt the taste of victory in around 5 plays. You mean like Nico Gonzalez? Which Gonzalez did I miss? I probably missed one, right? I knew I messed up on. Oh right, I missed Nico Gonzalez. Okay, that's a good shout actually, yeah. Didn't think about that. Neymar though. Yeah, I did sort of knew in the back of my head that he didn't win a Copa. That was bad for me. Messi took it away from me last time round. Right, the match is gonna start so soon. Oh, how's the leaderboard in the end? I think there are a couple people left to play. Oh no, I actually finally won something. That's nice. Well played, everyone. Shall we get on to the football? Yeah, yeah. Enjoy. We'll see you guys in a bit. I'll be watching the match as well on BBC. All right, Trent ball. Trent Alexander Arnold ball needs to happen. Enjoy, guys. Bossy, I'll obviously be here. If you guys want to stay for the watch along. Midfield five is pretty defensive from Serbia, but that's nice. Because I expected Dusan Tadic, right? Now this is a much more defensive team, so that will be interesting. I just want a Trent free kick goal. That would be ideal. I don't really care who scores for England, as long as Kane doesn't score a hat trick. Which, now that I've said it, Mitrovic back from his little Saudi stint. Who's gonna score first? I mean, obviously, I don't know. I'll probably bet on England, to be fair. But if you're talking just a player, I don't know. I think I'd still bet on Kane, to be fair. I mean, hard to pass up on that. But your outside shouts are obviously always going to be, excuse me, sorry, Bellingham and Foden. First to assist for Trent isn't crazy. Come on, Trent. Foden left wing. What everyone doesn't like about this, but the best way to get, I guess, that your best players in too. So there's that. The game's live. Trent's active with 2 points. That's my captain. Yeah, this is a pretty mixed crowd, and apparently there's been some pretty big tensions for the crowds. It is nice to see Saka back, though. Obviously, we don't want an injured Saka, but here we are. God, that's a pretty awful start from Stones. Fair enough. Trent's already got. I think that's a ball recovery from Trent. We're gonna be ball recovery watching from Trent. That's a very central Foden, though. That's nice to see. So, I mean, like many other teams in the tournament, using like a Trippier high and wide is nice. That's nice. This is free Foden. Oop, bit of a mistake from Trippier. Good luck, Mikey. Trent on free kicks. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Oh, I want a long ball, Trent. Woo. Foden already in a great spot. Thanks, babe. Don't think England will win today. Really? I think there's reason to be optimistic. Nice to see how kind of dynamic the position Foden is. The wife has baked some goods, so I'm just gonna try them out in the meantime. I mean, the match has just started, so the ball possession makes sense. But I think honestly, the whole Serbian game is going to be just play a counter. So this is basically just going to be extremely one-sided ball possession, I would say. Who do you guys have in your teams? I'm kind of curious to know. Is everyone on Kane captaincy? So if you have an England captain, let me know in the chat. Nice by Bellingham. Bon appetit. Thank you. King captain Foden Trent. That's the full course basically. Awesome. Good luck with that. Interesting. So Trent takes some of the set pieces as well deep. So that's a pretty big change, I suppose. Oh, that's really nice, actually. Kane and Pickford, captain still in Worths. Yeah, I think that's the right idea, really. 10 points is a big ask. It really is a big ask. Serbia is still defending very compact, which is nice. Trent Alexander-Arnold, captain makes the game more fun. Oh, someone said Saka assist. I need to see what happens later. I haven't seen the goal. Oh, that looks like Bellingham. Oh my God, let's go. Amazing. Jude, incredible. What a player. Wow. He's just so good at making these runs in the box. Bellingham captain your second team. Very nice. Man, what a player. What a deep run as well. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. That's incredible, man. What a player, Jude. What a player. Website laggy. I haven't had a return since Sobozlai. Yeah, sorry. Good question about the Saka assist. I think they have given the assist to Saka because I think they still think that that's intentional, which makes sense to me. Yeah, the website isn't great, but yep, that's a Bellingham goal and obviously Saka assist. This feels like a game that could really end with 80% possession with England. Um, Unfortunately, there's just not much to say about that. Yeah, the I'm using a chip on Matchday 3, Mikey. That's the plan, really. Just limitless Matchday 3, nothing crazy. So in effect, right, we're basically trying to mount a comeback around match day 5. So I think expectedly we'll probably do a bit worse than most of the fields um, to begin with. Ooh, lay the ball onto Trent, please. Yeah, the English press is great. As soon as it passes that mid block. I think Trent's done a few ball recoveries, but the website is saying otherwise. I just want 2 clean sheets. Can a man not be so? Can you see how many points players scored that aren't on your team? I think you have to kind of go to the transfer page and have a look. You're playing on match day 3 limits, match day 5 wildcard. Yeah, the same exact same strategy. But yeah, Kim, I think it's not great. The website doesn't have like a sort of layout like FPL that shows the amount of points that players have earned. Oh god, a huge Trent mistake already. That was a pretty poor touch from Trent, unfortunately. Yeah, that Mitrovic goal was pretty much caused by Trent, unfortunately. I don't know if Trent takes it from so deep. This seems like a Foden angle as well, but I don't know. I'm a little bit delayed, so obviously we'll find out. It is pretty far out, so I guess Trent to effectively the far post makes the most sense. But we'll see. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Oh. I am behind. Yeah, yeah. I'm absolutely behind. Unfortunately, when I watch on BBC on my PC, it's slower than live TV basically. So, but I guess that's the cost of having to watch it like in this format. I don't really know another better way to do it, to be fair. USA Network feed 3 minute. Oh, 3 minutes behind. Will the cheat sheet video be out tomorrow? Yep, it will be out tomorrow. I'll be recording after this game. Obviously, the only issue is that I won't be able to talk about Portugal or talk about some other teams. That was terrible by Foden. Um, yeah, I mean, it seems like the way this game is going to go, it's just going to be, if England make a big mistake like they have in one or two occasions, and if Serbia can just hit them on the counter just once. Even watching live a cable subscription, yeah, there will be. I think so. Great ball recovery from Trent there. Actually, really starts a great chance. And Walker's on the counter. Does he get an assist? Oh, oh, it's unfortunate. Obviously, Walker doesn't have eyes behind his back, but I wonder if he just thought about the amount of players that would have been coming onto that ball late. Nah, I think it was too tough now. It's great chance from Walker, though. Great ball recovery from Trent as well that created that chance. So one huge mistake from Trent, and then one helpful tackle. Quickly, two balls recovered. Yeah, Trent's ball recovers has updated to two. So just about level. And hopefully Trent can do something with the free kick once again, as I said. That would be lovely. You feel like Kane won't return anything? No, but the thing is, like in these types of games, when you're a striker like this, your team's dominating, you just need that one chance, right? So there's still so much football left to be played. I really wouldn't worry too much. But I kind of get what you're saying just in terms of the quality of the game. But think about that Walker chance, right? If Walker lays on a ball, I mean Kane's probably the first person to receive it. If Walker actually gets the perfect sort of delivery in that situation, and it's a tap in for Kane and he scores a goal. So yeah, I think it's what's not so nice probably for Kane is the fact that Jude scored that opening goal, because it probably just means that the Jude man of the match odds are extremely high right now. So that's something that's obviously not so nice. Lovely from Rice. Close from Saka. Ooh. Nice from Trent. All right, Trent. Give me something here. Great from Trent. Great feet. I really think Trent can start game 2. I mean, it's looking great. So it seems like Foden and Trent will share the direct free kick duties. That's always going to be a concern, I guess, as a Trent owner. Like, how good exactly is Trent going to be? Oh, Trippier's here as well. So who's going to take it here? Maybe someone's going to ball roll it to Trent the same way Salah does sometimes. I'm definitely behind, so someone's obviously going to know the future. Okay, seems like Trent or Foden will have it. All right, that's shocking from Trent anyways. What's a pass? Bellingham's just a crazy player. Great from Saka. And again, a similar chance to the first goal. Great from Guehi. Great there. Interesting. Trent is on 3 ball recoveries. I don't believe that, but I hope that that's the case. Oh. Another pretty dicey pass from Trent, but that's worked out. That is a foul for sure. I think June might win him out of the match. Early little mention, but yeah. Ooh, great chance. Nice from Guehi. That's great from Guehi. Kane, my captain. Guecchio on 4. 4 points or 4 ball recoveries? Nice from Guecchio again. Ooh. That's good. Pretty poor pass from Trent. Oh, that's a poor touch. Good from Bellingham, though. Yeah, Bellingham is completely running the game. Oh my. Brilliant from Saka. Ooh. Guerrero had 5 ball recoveries. I mean, you might as well keep Eriksen at that point. I'd probably just take DeMarco out. I'd probably take Eriksen out. Maybe Mela will play the second game. But then obviously Mela has a tough game too. So maybe Mela is a tougher game than DeMarco. So I'd probably go Mela out, and I'd probably just go Mela DeMarco out actually at that point. Yeah, that was a poor take from Vlahovic. I mean, not seeing. I mean, he didn't see Bellingham obviously, but it was slow, of course. And I think that's what happens though, because when you look at Vlahovic's profile, he's not some sort of dynamic forward. So you have two kind of very traditional forwards. I know Vlahovic is fast, but it's not like his touch is sublime or anything, or it's fast. So similar sort of profiles as strikers still in a front two, which we never tend to see in football nowadays. Amazing from Bellingham. He's just gonna win man of the match, isn't he? Okay. Oof. Serbia pretty rough this game. uh, Someone's on the floor. If Kostic is out, I guess you'll see Tadic play maybe, but he's not really a winger. As in, like, at this sort of day and age, Tadic is definitely not going to work hard as a winger. Jonah, I'm probably going to go Mbappe, but yeah, try not to spam in chat. Yeah, Ericsson got man of the match. Bellingham man of the match is great. Yep, that's true. Is that a yellow card for Stones? I have no idea. I think a pretty big warning, I guess. Then we have a big sub for Kostic. Yeah, Tadic not playing. I guess it's probably because they just thought that this game's just going to be pressing, running, and Tadic obviously at his age is, there's a difference, right? Poor Kostic, he seems like he's devastated. Bit of rain as well on the pitch that I don't really realize. Great pass from Rajkovic. But Rice is just incredible. How many ball recoveries is Rice on, if anybody's keeping track of it on the UEFA website? I reckon he might actually have 6 already. Great from Saka. This is such a good team, this English team. Whew. offside. We're here already on 6 recoveries. I mean, everyone knows that defenders get more ball recoveries. And Gueki's literally on the cheat sheet as well. The reason why people go for players like Trent is because, of course, he's on free kicks and things like that. Most of my teams as well had Gueki as well. Yeah, Serbia are decent, to be honest. I mean, when you look at the Serbian team, there are a lot of good players, ultimately. You tinkered with Gueki Ba Mela. I mean, look, Pickford is still doing great so far, right? But yeah, Pickford hasn't had much work to do. That's true. Bar the one shot from Mitrovic, it's been quite nice. Kane's had one touch. I mean, yeah, it's not the best situation for Kane, but it just shows you like also, I mean, Serbia basically parking the bus effectively, right? And he's not expected to get much of the ball. India here. Yeah, that's it's a bit of a marathon for you. Um, Foden can convert the pass from Saka, even like one of the early chances. Will Shaqiri play the next match? I don't really know, to be honest. I'm not really sure if Shaqiri will play the next match. Walker is on 2 ball recoveries. Stones is on 2. Guehi on 6. Rice is on 4. Trent's on 2, but I'm not sure if that will get adjusted because sometimes they tend to adjust things like that. Every day regarding switching. I mean, switching where it's captain was tough. None of my players have played, and I still have 19 points. I hope Trent does a goal. Look, I think Jude, if I'm being honest, is probably going to get man of the match. Yeah. I think the only thing that I can say that's nice is that a lot of my more expensive players are yet to play, so hopefully they can deliver. And that's pretty much it. I think I'm only at 25 points. I'm not sure. And then I've only got 2 English defenders in this match, so yeah, Jude is getting absolutely battered out there, but he is absolutely bowling. Yeah, I think Jude literally feels like he's already got man of the match personally. He's been brilliant today. Like just he's been running the show entirely. It's no one's held a candle to him really. So amazing. You're on 27 points. Yeah, look, I've got how many players do I have left to play? So look, hopefully I get the clean sheet, but doubt I do it. 36 with 3 left, I think, is still pretty good. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've technically got 7 players left to go. Yeah, but Mo, you've got 4 accounts, so does it really count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. What's everyone blanked me so far? Called upon your Romanian bench. 5 fair. an IRL friend of yours that's 69. I mean, like, look, some people who had words, you know, the defenders, I guess the Spanish defenders as well. You might just need to adjust the volume, Clyde. I'm not sure. Is my volume generally low for everyone? I've got one, two, three, four, five. I've got 6 outfield players and 1 goalkeeper left. He had Musiala as captain. That's nice. I think I'll probably captain Mbappe tomorrow, to be honest, because I'm not sure if I'm going to captain Lukaku. I'll probably captain Mbappe, and then it's going to be Bruno or Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know. I'll make a decision. If Trent gets like, if Trent, for example, gets like, let's say, an assist and clean sheet, you know, that's it. We're done. We're done here. But you know, well, we need to wait for that to happen. You have Trossard, phase Lukaku, and Mbappe tomorrow plus Lunin. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't need to call upon Lunin, but we'll see what happens there. I think I'll go Mbappe captain, Percy. 46 or 7 to play. That's incredible. Nice. Pretty awful start for the tournament for me, if I'm being honest. But what can you do? Sometimes things just don't go your way. Mostly comes down to that German clean sheet for me, right? It's like an 8-point gulf for me. And then obviously, yeah. I think that's the only thing I can really complain about. DeMarco, I don't know. That was silly, but Lunin has Romania tomorrow. I think there's a couple of Romanian fans in the chat. Anka as well as definitely supporting Romania too. No, I'm pretty confident that we can do better. And as I said, you know, because we're going to wildcard 5, the whole point is that you get to change the idea of maximizing around the sort of later stages of the tournament as opposed to sort of maximizing at the beginnings, and that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. Giovanni, I'm Spanish, so I'm going to support Spain. Good luck next match as well. Presumably, if you're Italian. You're hoping, does the beast mean Lukaku? If so, so do I. Nathan Ake, nine pointer. I mean, nah, I didn't go for Ake. It's also kind of tough to sort of choose the right German defenders. Like De Ligt, for example, didn't play as well. Can't wait to play Czech Republic. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a really good fixture for you. I did think De Vrij would play, but yeah, I mean, like Ake, for example, isn't always guaranteed, right? Because sometimes the Dutch do play a back 5, and that kind of changes things. You got DeMarco 2 points coming off. Okay, Cancelo's a huge replacement. That's nice. You rely on Trossard. That's nice. I mean, the Mbappe knock and illness reports, I don't think they're very substantial. But I mean, you like I think Mbappe's had to play. I don't think there's any news about his doubts. My goalkeepers are Pickford and Lunin. Players coming back out. Yep. Ivani the chin. I guess maybe this is because Gudelj has a yellow card as well. And maybe they just feel like that if you for example like that one midfield battle could be quite important. I suppose is the thinking. Ooh, referee touched it. That's unfortunate. Gueki has been incredible. Nice from Rice. What a ball from Trent. Oh my. Great ball. Extremely physical Serbian defending, but fair enough. Milenkovic is a monster. Saka playing good. I mean, I I don't understand. I mean, like, okay, fine. You can say that you want Brantwaite to play, but Guehi's been outstanding, and I just think it's ridiculous to say that Guehi doesn't deserve to be there. I kind of get what you're saying in terms of Mbappe versus Lukaku. Although I'll still say, obviously, Mbappe is just better than Lukaku, right? Like, so when you look at, for example, things like the expectations for goals and assists, it's or just look at their XG and their XA, like it makes a lot more sense. But I guess what we're saying, if you obviously think that Mbappe has been impacted by certain things like, the illness and whatnot, then that makes a huge difference. These Serbian defenders are so tough. Yeah, but as for example, France have other goal scorers, you can still see that. Okay, maybe the goal share is definitely higher for Lukaku, but things like the assist share is definitely higher for things like Mbappe as well. Because you'd argue that more often than not, obviously Lukaku not so creative. And then I think when I've looked at some of the goal shares for Lukaku versus Mbappe, they were pretty close, but I think still Mbappe leaning. But of course, if you, as I said, think that the minutes are better for Lukaku, for example, there's still that, and it's very close. So they're very marginal calls, and as we know, football, of course, never bears out perfectly with odds. So just a little bit of insight to that discussion. But I think Lukaku is totally a fair captaincy. So is even De Bruyne, right? Because if you think about things like man of the match, those sorts of things probably, you could argue could be split between a certain amount of Belgian players, could be split between a certain amount of French players as well. And Griezmann, for example, is. Ooh, that was close. Oh my, this game is getting alive. Oof. I don't know if that's a Pickford save, to be quite honest. Didn't feel like it. I don't think that's a shot, so that doesn't count as a save. Plus, it's not even on target. I mean, at the end of the day, Saka still has just one assist, right? So for that kind of cost, I can understand why a lot of people passed up on him. But yeah, he's been close to probably 2 assists, if we're being honest. And I think there's obviously concerns about Saka's, health, I suppose, his fitness and that sort of thing. But he's looked great today. Great pass from Guehi. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think Guehi's been brilliant today, so no complaints about his inclusion in the squad. Shot on target from Trent. Very nice. Amazing from Jude. Drop that Rice. Nice. Trent, something, please. Please. Great from Trent, though. Great from Trent. What's the approach for chips? Wildcard 5, limitless 3. No, I know you guys are watching for Kane because you own him in the team, but the reality, as I said, is that if England are consistently getting into the box, then if someone can obviously, lay it off to him, like that's ideal, right? It just shows you. But still, I think Serbia have played a very excellent game so far. And honestly, the center backs from Serbia are very good players. Like Milenkovic is a renowned center back, especially in Serie A, and my God, like he has been winning these aerial battles very comfortably versus Kane, which is impressive. Oh, terrible pass from Guehi. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I just want one Trent assist, guys. That's it. Is it too much to ask for? I think Trent's played really well this half, to be honest, in terms of the chance creation. Some brilliant balls pinged. Pass that to Trent Rice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh. All right, that's too much from Trent. Ooh. Is that... Oof. That's been really close. Wait, am I still... Sorry, I didn't realize I was actually sharing the wrong screen. I apologize about that. That's my bad. Super close chance there. Yeah, Serbia's played a much better second half, if we're being honest. Much, much better second half. I don't think. I don't think there's anything, but it was a good chance though. Luka Jovic coming on. I wonder if that's Vlahovic coming off, and Dusan Tadic coming on as well. Ooh, interesting. That's Mitrovic off, right? Oh, that's a very offensive change. Tadic for Lukic is very, very offensive. Trent, I'm begging you, my brother, get me an assist, please. It's nice to see some points, my team. I was gonna say FPL points, but clearly they're not FPL points. England, yeah, haven't looked great this second half. Tadic, yeah, Tadic is on the field. Tadic came on for Mitrovic, so that means you're basically seeing Vlahovic and then Tadic behind him as a 10. Kane is absolutely getting assaulted out here. Cole Palmer apparently getting readied, which is sort of what we expected, right? As I was saying too, like I think with Saka, there's an injury and illness thing, so or not illness, but just an injury thing and a long-term condition. I don't know. He was clearly pretty hurt, I think, by the end of the season, so maybe you'll see an early Cole Palmer sub. But at the same time, Cole Palmer could just be a sub for Foden. So I don't really know what the plan is here. Because technically, if you're playing Foden on an inside-ish role, I suppose Palmer can still play from there. And then we might see Luke Shaw, but I think that's too early probably still. Because we've obviously he's in the squad tonight. That's a huge positive for England. Serbia playing well, playing very well this off. Okay, okay. Nice from Trippier. I think Trent might come off as well, to be quite honest, guys. Like maybe get an Adam Wharton on or something, or Gallagher for sure. They're also just, I mean, England are just immediately clearing the ball, you know. So they just need to stop playing long ball as well. Very scary times. Yeah, yeah. I think Serbia are leading in possession this half, apparently. What a touch from Kane. Brilliant. Apparently there's a Gallagher sub. I guess Trent's coming off. Please, Trent, give me something, my brother. Nice. Trent might have another go here. Ooh. Oh, wow, it's pretty close. Okay, Bellingham. Chill out. All right. GSIP, I'm so sorry that you're so behind. If it's the same corner that I'm thinking of, that is. Um, oh, shocking from Rice. I think England want to call upon a sub, of course. Yeah, I think Trent's off. Yeah. Okay, that's one clean sheet locked for me. I don't think 7 points is enough. I don't think it's enough. I think we're gonna go again with the captaincy. What do you guys think? Should we keep Trent captaincy 7 points? I don't think so. Yeah, yeah. Let's look. At least we got some points, right? So even if Pickford loses the clean sheet, I'm a happy man. But yeah, we're gonna change the captaincy. Okay, Pickford. You have Gueki captaincy on 8 points. It's pretty close, to be honest. I don't know. I think I'd be tempted. I'm gonna be honest. The performance so far has been actually pretty good, all things considered, from Serbia. Um, yeah. Why would you keep Trent captain? I mean, I think change captain Mbappe's play. Set it on Trent. that Bowen for soccer? Or is that Bowen for Foden? I'm a little bit later than you guys, so just let me know if you guys have an update. Yep, Saka. Nice. Makes sense. Do you know, Saka was brilliant this hop. I mean, so what? He's going to get 6 points in the end? I'm not sure if he has ball recovery points. How many points did Saka get in the end in this game? Can someone let me know, if possible? 6 points. Okay, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind Trent outscoring Saka. That's nice. I'll take that. Jared Bowen already looking great. Fantastic chance. Oh! Oh my god. See, Kane just needs one chance. Oh, so close. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. I'm sorry. Ah, what a save. What a save. Oh, oh, that's ridiculous. That's so tough. Well done. Rajkovic or Rajkovic? I think it sounds like Rajkovic. I don't know. Dusan Tadic still has so much class. So much class as a player. Wow, what a waste. Milenkovic is a man mountain. Couple man mountains in the tournament. I think, who do you guys think is the biggest man mountain in this tournament is the question. Do you think it's Bastoni, Jonathan Tah, or Milenkovic so far? Who's been the most impressive man mountain? Some people were slandering the comments with England defense. I'm very happy to double England defense. Foden, get off the field. I'm sorry, my man. What is that? You think we're going to see a Foden sub? Okay, that's way too much, but what is a man mountain? It's just I think it's to describe a man mountain, I just think someone who's just a giant. But then I think, you know, to be fair, I think it's also about um how how composed, I think, as maybe not composed, but just how strong you are as a defender. I think a monster, basically. Yeah, like the mountain from Game of Thrones is a man mountain. I would describe him as. Yeah. All right, Trippier down. I mean, yeah, it still might be Van Dijk. Although today Van Dijk, I don't know. I'm not sure if the aura was there. Um. Oh, that header is great. What a save! Just saw the replay again. Just so good. Van Dijk, I mean, Van Dijk is, I think, if you look at statistics, right, Van Dijk, I believe, is the best aerial threat in Europe by far. So, am I capping Mbappe over Trent? I think I will. I think I will. We'll see how it goes. I think Livakovic's save yesterday was really good as well. If you guys remember the Lamine Yamal shot, that was a really good save. I think also if you guys remember the Strakosha save yesterday from Skamaka, that was a great reflex save. For me, that was actually a better save. The Strakosha save might be the best one. You couldn't see it in real time. It was that fast. I completely missed it. I thought Skamaka just missed, but Strakosha just had an insane reflex, right? Kane sort of heads it towards the location of Rajkovic, so I think it's slightly different. But the Strakosha one was just pure reflexes, which I think was the best save in the tournament for me still. I don't know if you guys remember, but let me know. What do you guys think is the best save? So I think GSIP thinks that's the best save. Donnarumma had a good save at the end as well. Yep, he had a similar save too. When there was an over the top of the ball and it was 1-on-1, yep, he had a good save. Decent save so far, to be fair. But the thing is, I think Donnarumma hit his shoulder, right? It wasn't really a save. He was a big body. But the Strakosha one was like reflexes as well, if I want to give a bit of credit to that. Vlahovic is trolling a little bit, isn't he? Oh. Okay, that was actually a great shot, to be honest. How many saves are we on? One save? That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Kane, nice save. We need to get 3 saves, though, don't we? So it's so unlikely that we're going to get 3 saves. Was that our... I think that's our first save. Yeah, that's our first save. It's in the books now. I can see the one save, but, you know, it's not looking great for us. Oof. Okay, well, now we have more. It's a great strike from Dusan. Oof. With Gallagher in, are they playing 4-3-3? I mean, arguably they've been playing 4-3-3 the whole time, but I kind of get what you're saying because it was technically Foden. For me, like the previous formation was much more flexible, right? Where Foden clearly wasn't playing as part of the pivot. It's like, well, yeah, sorry. I mean, you're right. It's like that was a 4-2. I mean, it's weird because Trippier was sort of playing wide, so hesitant to mention. I think that was just a bit more of a asymmetric 4-3-3. This is like a pretty flat 4-3-3 if we want to just say it like that. Score Pickford is going crazy. It says clean sheet 1 point and assist points. Yeah, that doesn't that's not correct at all. Pickford most certainly has not assisted, and he most certainly has only 1 save, as far as I can remember, because I've been watching the whole match. I've got to be honest though. Really good performance from Serbia. I think they've got a good shout to do well in this group, if we're being honest. If anything, I thought Denmark and Slovenia were both pretty poor today, you know, all things considered. I think Slovenia like actually looked like a little bit of a dark horse to get out of this group. My captain for tomorrow is most likely Kylian Mbappe. Yeah, this group is pretty open. That draw for Denmark made this group entirely open. Because the thing is, I think a lot of people saw Slovenia as the team to sort of target, obviously, within this group, if we're being honest. So getting a draw versus Slovenia is not good at all for this game. Amazing from Bellingham again. Terrible from Kane. Oof. Serbia are playing well, to be fair, for the most part. If you draw your first game, you're in it. Well, no, of course, because of course some of the third place teams go through as well, so that makes a huge difference. I understand that. Bellingham out. May knew better than Trent. Don't know about that. Well, that's the man of the match off the pitch. This game is boring. I think you kind of have to give credit to Serbia. They're a very defensive team, so I think for me, Italy Albania was more boring because the quality of play and the players was a bit worse, in my opinion. Um, but I can see what you're trying to say. When it comes to chances and things like that, there's been no chances. But for me, it's like when you look at the Italy Albania game, the amount of misplaced chances is insane. For me, the pressing is so much better. Um, Second half has definitely been exciting in terms of Serbia. Yeah, I agree with that. Like for me, I like games like this because for me the quality of the play, like the physicality is there, and the turnovers are caused by pressures as opposed to, for example, like in tennis, you have you have the term unforced errors in tennis, right? Like for me, the Italy Albania game is more a case where people are playing so poor. Um, Whereas obviously, when it comes to a game like this, it's like higher standard of everything, in my opinion. So, yeah, funny. Um, Most entertaining game so far. Honestly, I think Croatia Spain was pretty entertaining, but maybe that's because I'm Spanish. But Croatia had plenty of chances if you guys watched that game. Just like Serbia have now, to be honest, and Serbia are scoreless, but it's been a good game. This one, I've enjoyed this game, to be honest. Um, we looked very good, but we also looked really bad on offense, which is a bit. Yeah, Serbia have been very good. Look, I don't think England are trying to park the bus. Let's be honest. This is like momentum in any sport, right? When you can't defend, everything goes wrong. Someone misplaces one pass, and suddenly you feel the pressure down on you. You can't reverse the momentum, so to speak. It's definitely one of these games. But I mean, I think a lot of people probably complain about the fact that when we look at the English team on paper, how are you only able to create so few chances, that sort of thing. And I can kind of understand that sentiment, to be fair. Yeah. But this Serbia team are so physical, so aggressive as well. Um, yeah, I mean, Mo, that's a good point, to be fair, because that's kind of what Denmark did, right? They were pretty. They weren't really controlling the game. They were sort of parking the bus, and because they didn't create enough chances themselves, they conceded, and then it was a draw. But yeah, I think a win is a win is a win if they can get it. No, I mean Mitchell. I think Mitchell getting subbed makes sense because obviously he's a little older. Dusan can do a lot more running. You have to think too, like a lot of the Serbian chances are coming from the fact that they're pressing so hard, right? So it's not like Mitrovic isn't someone who's really capable of doing that. Um, yeah, Vlahovic had plenty of great chances. Yeah, Mitchell can do more scoring, but then obviously you need to create chances for Mitchell to score. And sometimes if you're a bit of a passenger like Mitrovic at times, It's a bit different. I like this game has actually had more chances since Mitrovic has come off the field. So it's a little bit hindsighty to say if Mitrovic stayed on, they would have scored because when he was on, they weren't creating chances. So it's a different problem. Mitro had one clear chance in the first half and he didn't take it. If we want to put it like that, probably the best chance in this game outside of the Jude one, I suppose. This game is about scoring goals, yeah, but uh I don't know. I just give credit to the manager, and they've been a lot better. This game is about scoring goals, but the reality is you need to create chances to score goals. So Deschamps France, yeah, they're pretty much an extremely annoying team. Very strong in terms of set pieces. Usually very physical as well. Extremely organized in the middle, and then you have game breakers like Griezmann and Mbappe. Even Dembele, arguably, from a dribbling perspective, kind of like Musiala. But of course, I'm not comparing Dembele to Musiala. I'm just the features are somewhat similar in terms of ability to sort of beat their man. Just Musiala is a lot more precise, I would say. Man of the match candidate, I think honestly Jude is the only man of the match candidate. Unfortunately, I think he's locked it down. Unless something happens the next 3 minutes. I can kind of understand Cruz not getting it because I think Musiala was very dangerous as well in terms of advancing the ball, getting some key fouls outside the box as well, and things like that, and then obviously scoring a goal. But yeah, Cruz had a very complete game as well. Even Gundo actually had a great game. This is squeaky bum time, as one of my English friends just described to me. The man of the match has been a bit inconsistent, right? So, for example, like if you look at Switzerland and them winning with Abishur getting a goal and assist, particularly for the two crucial goals, the fact that he didn't get man of the match is weird, but then Granit Xhaka gets man of the match. So, of course, if you want to use that argument, you can easily have set Cruz as man of the match as well, right? And I completely understand. This has been shaky. Serbia just look really good. Nice to see. England aren't winning. Germany or France would beat them hard. I mean, the last time England played versus France, it was. I think a lot of people were actually expecting France to do a lot better, but then the team that was actually consistently defending was France, and the team that was putting on the pressure. Sorry, I'm just watching the chance. Was France. Guys, I have an announcement to make. We have some fantasy points finally. Whew. Oh, Christ. That was awful. All right, guys. We're gonna go on Twitter and we say survived um we survived Kane. Is that the meme? Like the Facebook post, when you've marked safe from Harry Kane. Kane was so close. Kane was so close. Am I going to keep Trent as the captain? No, I think I'll change. Yeah, general rule, double digits of change. Yep, I agree. I mean, it was a Kane snooze fest, but he also had a fuck. Sorry, I was about to swear there, but he had an insane chance. Trent definitely did not get man of the match. Guehi got 9 points, deserved. I thought Guehi was pretty brilliant today, to be honest. Um, Oh, Mikey, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out as well. I hope you and Nanka enjoyed the match. And obviously, we've got Romania tomorrow, so best of luck there. I will be watching from my working from home sort of location. I won't be streaming, of course, unfortunately, but best of luck as well to Romania. Glad you enjoyed the gaming, Mikey, as well, in terms of that match. And it was nice to see your man, Jared Bowen, as well, for a few minutes. Created a key chance for Kane. So pleasure to have you guys over. And I'll see you guys soon when I see you. In terms of people asking for what my captaincy is, I think Mbappe is probably going to be my captain. I'm also going to do a quick poll, guys, just to see what kind of video you guys want. Do you want the cheat sheet tomorrow is probably the question. Because, look, the reality is we have 2 days of fixtures left, but I won't be able to produce the cheat sheet in time. I can't drop, for example, a video on the morning of match day 2. So I really have to either drop it to tomorrow or the day after. So just simple yes or no. Let me know if you want the cheat sheet tomorrow, and we'll sort it out, because I'll go straight to recording the video. Your thoughts are appreciated. Predicted 1-0 to England in the match predictor. Brilliant. You've Castagna, Trossard, and Lukaku. You don't know if you want to captain Mbappe. I can kind of see what you're saying, but at the same time, right? Like you never know. Like, you're kind of making the argument that if you're going to back Belgium so hard, anyways, you just want to see a Belgium captain come to fruition, because obviously if things go to plan, that's that. You know what's nice is that because we got those defending points, right? I mean, De Kuiper hopefully just does something. I mean, Ta and Middlestad, this is embarrassing, but I might have to play them. Of course, if De Kuiper doesn't do well, then let's say Belgium concede. But if De Kuiper can do well, that would be nice, and we'll see what happens. How's my team doing? So I just had a Trent captaincy today in Pickford, but I'll probably move off the Trent captaincy. I think De Kuiper should start, so I'm playing him anyways, expecting that he starts. As far as Lukaku, Mbappe, that's where my captaincy will probably be going. I think I'll go Mbappe captaincy, to be honest. I'm going to record the cheat sheet right after this, but thank you guys for being here as well. Please make a vid with everything you will change for match day 2. Yeah, I'll do that, I'll do that probably tomorrow night. To be honest, if I drop the cheat sheet tomorrow morning, I think I'll try and record my team selection tomorrow night. But I'd like to see my Portuguese. I'd like to see the Portuguese team play, to be honest. So maybe I'll do a live stream after Portugal play, but I'll do a team selection video, right? So I'll do a live stream instead, because obviously there's just not enough turnaround time. What is a more high risk, high reward strategy? Using your chips on match day 2 and 3, or using them on 3? Look, Mert, I think this is too late to change your chip strategy. I would stick with your chip strategy as soon as you want. I would keep the chip strategy that you were planning to go for, because the reality is, for example, if you created a team, right, that was already strong for match day 1 and 2, suddenly moving to match day 2 and 3, like for example, chips doesn't really make sense for your strategy, because you've already in a sense maybe made your team in match day 1 a little bit weaker. Whereas on the flip side, of course, if you planned to go match day 2, match day 3 free hit effectively with the wild card and the limitless back to back, you're better off just sticking with that strategy. In my opinion, both have similar outcomes. It's not about ceiling, it's not about floor. I think you have no idea how well teams will perform. So I want to give a good example. So for example, for people who were targeting match day 1 today, when they went for Ericsson, that worked out really well. At the same time, some people were targeting Netherlands, right? And they went for Depay, they went for Virgil van Dijk. That didn't go so well. And it really just comes down to, once again, how the outcomes come out. We don't really know for sure. I think both strategies are super viable. So I would stick to your initial strategy as opposed to trying to copy someone else's at this moment in time. Just keep it consistent with what you have. Who is man of the match? Serbia, England. Jude, man of the match. Good luck to the Lukaku captainers. All right, well, I think that's it for the stream. Sorry, I was just quickly having a look at all the news and things like that. Subbing Kane, DeMarco, Jorginho for Lukaku phase Bruno makes sense. Lukaku loves games against Slovenia. Sorry, no, Slovakia. Or even Lukaku tomorrow. Yeah, I might stick with Bellingham. No, stick with Bellingham, please. Please stick with Bellingham. Please do yourself a favor and stick with Bellingham. Will you make substitutions, and who will you choose as captain? No substitutions for me today, because all my players playing tomorrow are still already within my team. I've got Mbappe, Lukaku, De Kuiper. And then my substitutions are Kvaratskhelia, Fernandes, and Ronaldo, who'll be coming on the 18th. You couldn't do another fantasy, no chance. Stick with Bellingham if you have him, definitely. Will you make substitutions? Yeah, I've explained. My captain will probably be Mbappe, to be honest. But I don't really mind people going Lukaku. I think that's fantastic. Are you going to be changing captain? Yep, probably for Mbappe. Good luck, Mikey, as well. How many subs can we make on match day 1? You can make 4 subs in total. Just the same 4 subs you have on your bench. Mbappe or Lukaku captain? I'm going Mbappe. That's my personal decision. Anyways, that's it for the video today. Or the stream, sorry. I'm so used to actually saying stuff like that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you guys for being around. Unfortunately, I'm at work tomorrow, so no watch-alongs until, let me have a look. Until, let me see, if I can finish work at 5 o'clock, I could probably catch you guys for, shall I see you guys at 5 p.m.? Should we see each other at 5 p.m.? Belgium, Slovakia. Don't forget to leave a like, yeah, absolutely. And subscribe as well if you're here and you're enjoying. Take care, guys. I will definitely drop the cheat sheet tomorrow. Love you guys. I'll see you guys soon. And take care and goodbye.